The Cleaner's Clause. By Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. The Geometry of a Clean Scene. The bathroom was white. That was the first thing Riven noted when she entered. Not the body on the tile, not the specific quality of the silence, but the white. Hotels in this price range always chose white for the bathrooms. Clean and absolute. The kind of surface that held evidence like a confession. She set her case down by the door, not on the floor. She never put it on the floor. The man was 43 years old, according to the file she had already destroyed. Mid-level trade attaché, the kind of position that meant something to no one until it didn't. He had been dead for approximately 4 hours. The cause was not the kind of thing that would survive her visit. She did not look at his face. Looking at faces was a habit she had broken at 24, when she realized that faces were the part of the mind that stored itself longest, and she had enough stored already. She pulled on gloves and began. The method was always the same, and the sameness was the point. She worked from the periphery inward, the way water drains, not because she had been told to, but because she had reasoned her way to it at 26 and never found a better argument against. The room had a logic. She found it. She followed it. The attaché had tried to make a phone call. She removed the evidence of that. He had tried to reach the window. She removed the evidence of that too. What was left, when she was done, was a story that was not true but was cleaner than the truth, and that was her function, not to lie, exactly, but to make the true story unreadable. She was good at this. She was very good at this. The satisfaction it gave her was not something she examined closely. She knew what she would find if she did not darkness, nothing as clean as darkness. Something smaller. The specific, private pleasure of a system returned to order, which was not the same as happiness but was the closest thing she permitted herself on a Tuesday at 2 a.m. in a hotel bathroom in Brussels with a dead attaché and a window that needed to stay closed. She worked for 90 minutes. When she was done, the room was white again. Not clean, that was not the word, had never been the word. She had a precise relationship with language, and she did not misuse it. The room was neutral. Forgettable. The kind of space that, reviewed on security footage, told you nothing because there was nothing to tell. She stripped her gloves. Checked her hands. They were steady. She always checked her hands, and they were always steady. And she was grateful for this every single time, not from relief, but from the same methodical acknowledgement that she applied to everything that worked correctly. Gratitude, she had found, was more efficient than pride. Pride accumulated. Gratitude reset. She packed her case. Ran the room one more time with her eyes only left to right, floor to ceiling, 3 seconds per quadrant. She had been taught this by a man she did not think about anymore. She had kept the method. Nothing looked back at her. She left the bathroom, walked the length of the corridor without hurrying, took the stairs to the service exit because the service exit did not have a camera that faced outward, and stepped into the Brussels night, which was cold and wet and indifferent to her in exactly the way she preferred. She was halfway down the block before she allowed herself to catalogue what she knew about tomorrow. Tomorrow, she had a meeting. The thought arrived the way most unpleasant facts arrived for her, not with dread, but with the flat, procedural awareness of something requiring management. A meeting. A partner, temporary, arranged by Dita and someone on the other side of a syndicate line she was not supposed to cross and was being asked to cross professionally, under controlled conditions, for the duration of a specific job. She had read the file twice. She only read files twice when something in them was wrong, not factually, but structurally, the way a photograph can be technically accurate and still tell the wrong story. The file on Cael Mordren was technically accurate. She had checked the verifiable points. It was also telling the wrong story, and she knew this because she knew what a scrubbed file looked like from the outside, having scrubbed enough of them herself to recognize the particular smoothness, the slightly too even texture of a history that had been constructed rather than lived. Someone had built this man's legend. They had built it well. She filed this. She filed the meeting as manageable, the partner as unknown quantity currently non-threatening, and the specific, faint discomfort of reading a file that read her back as a data point without a category. The rain had started again. She didn't mind. Rain was excellent cover and required no management. She kept walking, and Brussels closed behind her without a seam, and she was already, efficiently, forgetting that she had ever been there. This was the art of it, to move through the world and leave nothing. She had mastered it years ago. She had never once thought to wonder what it cost. She was thinking about it now, for a fraction of a second, in the rain, and then she wasn't, because she had arrived at the car and there was a drive to wipe and a route to plan, and thinking cost time she did not have. She got in. She drove. Behind her, a hotel room that had already forgotten she existed. Ahead, a morning and a man she could not yet read. She preferred the hotel room. Chapter 2: The only variable he couldn't account for. The file on Riven Salas was 47 pages. Cael read it twice. He did this on the train from Amsterdam to Brussels because trains were excellent places to read things you didn't want read over your shoulder. You could see the whole carriage in the window's reflection, and on a Tuesday evening in late October, this particular carriage held 11 passengers, none of whom were looking at him. He had established this in the first 4 minutes. He read the file again. Not 47 pages again, just the gaps. He had a method for finding gaps in constructed documents. He looked not for what was there but for what was missing, not for lies but for the specific quality of smoothness that came from competent fabrication. An honest biography had friction. Inconsistencies of date and detail, the small human sloppiness of a life being lived rather than designed. A built legend was too even, too internally consistent. The facts connected to each other with a neatness that no actual life produced. Riven Salas's file was the smoothest thing he had read in 4 years. Which meant that someone who knew what they were doing had built it, and had built it for someone who knew how to operate inside it. Which meant the woman he was meeting tomorrow was not merely competent at the work. She was competent at the architecture around the work, which was a different skill set entirely, and one that made a person both significantly more useful and significantly more difficult to anticipate. He turned a page. Read the professional history again, or rather, the professional history as rendered by whoever had constructed this particular fiction. The jobs listed were real, or had been real once. He could identify 2 of them from adjacent intelligence he'd gathered over the years, the way you could identify a country on a map from its coastline even without labels. She had been present at those events. The surrounding detail was careful enough that he trusted it. The personal history was where the smoothness went surgical. There was a gap of 14 months that the file papered over with a stint at a private security consultancy in Madrid. Cael didn't believe in the consultancy. Not because it was provably false, it might well have existed, but because it was the kind of detail that existed specifically to fill a gap, and gaps in this range, in a woman who would now be approximately 32, suggested either a recruitment story that someone had buried or a catastrophic professional event that someone had erased, and both of those possibilities were more interesting than a Madrid consultancy. He had a contact who would know. He had not yet reached out to the contact, because reaching out this early, before the meeting, would tell her handler something about his information network he was not ready to disclose. He would reach out later, after the meeting, after he had assessed the direction from which the real threat was most likely to arrive. He was not thinking of her as a threat. He revised. He was not thinking of her as the primary threat, which was slightly different and slightly more honest. Outside, Belgium was a darkness punctuated by the lights of small cities that were not Brussels yet. He watched them pass in the window's reflection and thought about what the file had told him and what the file had been designed to tell him, and the gap between those 2 things, which was the only space in which the actual Riven Salas existed. He had built legends himself. He knew how much you could hide and how much you were forced to leave visible, because a legend with no visible seams was its own kind of tell. She had left one visible seam. A contact not named, not flagged, not even present in the file directly. Just the ghost of a connection in the data architecture, the trace of a relationship that someone had almost scrubbed completely and hadn't, quite. He had found it in the secondary financial records attached to a surveillance note from 4 years ago, a routing number through a Lisbon intermediary used once, for a small amount, not for operational purposes. Personal. Someone she'd sent money to. Someone she'd kept. He had not noted this in his operational assessment. He was not sure why. He had told himself it was irrelevant, and the part of him that was very good at knowing when he was lying to himself had noted the lie and filed it under review. He turned to the window. Not the reflection, the actual window, the darkness outside, the country going past. I have never met anyone I couldn't read. This was true. He had sat across from ministers, assets, counterintelligence officers, handlers who believed they were running him while he was running 3 separate agendas parallel to their awareness. He could read people the way he read rooms, automatically, completely, and with the specific, faint melancholy of someone for whom surprise had become structurally impossible. He found, most of the time, that reading people was a kind of company. He knew them. He understood their angles and their weaknesses and the gap between who they performed and who they were. It was not connection, exactly, but it was not loneliness either. It was something in between, and he had made a careful peace with it. I have also never met anyone worth reading twice. He was on his 4th pass through the Lisbon trace. He closed the file. Sat with this for a moment, not long. He was not a man who sat with things for long as a general practice, and then put the file away and looked at the window reflection again. 11 passengers, none of them interesting, and himself, reflected in dark glass, going to Brussels to meet a woman whose file he had read 4 times and whose actual face he had never seen. He had a photograph. It was very good and told him almost nothing, which was a skill he respected. Tomorrow there would be a meeting. A hotel bar, arranged through their respective handlers as a neutral site, which meant it had been chosen to benefit the handlers' assessment of the encounter, not their own. He had already identified 2 other locations in Brussels that would have been superior from an operational standpoint. He had not raised this with Gregor, because raising it would have told Gregor something about how he assessed risk, and Gregor's understanding of how he assessed risk was currently 18 months out of date, and Cael found this arrangement convenient. He liked Gregor the way he liked most men who underestimated him, at a distance, with professional courtesy, and without the slightest emotional investment in the relationship. He would go to the hotel bar. He would take whatever seat he could get. He had a theory about her preferred sidelines based on the photograph's background, the angle of the light, the way her weight appeared distributed, and a corresponding theory about which seat she would arrive intending to claim. He intended to already be in it. He turned back to the window reflection. Belgium continued to pass. The train was 40 minutes from Brussels Midi. She was in Brussels already. He knew this not from the file but from the inference. She was the kind of person who arrived early to a new city and walked the operational landscape before she needed to navigate it professionally. She would know this hotel. She would know its exits, its camera positions, its staff rotation. She would know the bar layout. She would also know he was coming. She would have read his file. He found himself curious, with the clean, uncomplicated curiosity of a man who has not been genuinely surprised in years, what she would have thought of it. More, he found himself curious what she would think of him when the file met the person. He noted this curiosity. He did not examine it. He filed it under professional preparation and closed the folder. He was very good at closing folders. The train began to slow. The lights of Brussels thickened outside the window, and he stayed with the reflection until the platform appeared, and then he pocketed the secure drive, stood, straightened his jacket, and walked toward the doors with the specific ease of a man who has nothing to announce. He did not look for her on the platform. He already knew she was there. Looking would tell her that he knew, and he was not ready to show that card yet. It was the best information he had, and it would keep for 12 hours. He walked through the station without hurrying, and Brussels received him without noting him, and he preferred it that way, and he thought once about the Lisbon trace, and did not think about it again until morning. Chapter 3: Terms and Conditions. The hotel bar had 11 seats, 2 of which had adequate sight lines, 1 of which was superior. Riven arrived 4 minutes early and took the superior one. She ordered water. not because she wanted water, but because a person with a drink in hand looked settled, and she was not settled, and she had a precise relationship with the signals she sent with her body, and she was not prepared to lie with this one yet. She would be lying with many others before the evening was done. She was saving this one. At 2 minutes early, 4 minutes before the agreed time, a detail she had already noted as data, she became aware, with the peripheral precision that had kept her alive for nearly a decade, that someone had come in and not sat in the remaining adequate seat. He had sat in the one she'd been planning to move to. She did not look up immediately. She gave it 3 seconds, long enough to choose to look, not long enough to seem like she'd been caught not looking, and then she looked. He was already looking back. The file had a photograph. She had spent 6 minutes with the photograph and built an operational model of the person, the discipline in the physical structure, the way his weight distributed across the frame, the angle of attention in the jaw. The photograph had told her he would be harder to manage in person than on paper, and the photograph had been correct, and she noted this. What the photograph had not told her was the eyes. Gray-green. The color of something washed clean by weather. They were looking at her with the particular quality of attention that she associated with people who were not performing interests but actually had it, which was rare enough that she found it briefly disorienting and then immediately filed it. "You took my seat," she said. "You took mine," he said. His voice was measured, not slow-weighted. A small, almost imperceptible Irish trace on the longer vowels, which was interesting because the file had listed his nationality as Irish Czech and had given almost nothing else in the way of telling biographical detail, and vocal patterns were hard to fake consistently enough to fully suppress. He had not faked suppressing this one. He'd simply let it exist, quietly, in longer words. This was either confidence or strategy. With people like him, she had found, it was generally both. "Cael Mordren," she said, because naming him first was the only play that didn't involve standing up and moving to a different seat, which she was not going to do. "Riven Salas," he said, because of course he said it back, and she had known he would, and she had said her own name first specifically to see whether he would mirror or not. He had mirrored. She noted this and immediately noted that she had noted it, which was unusual. Most information she gathered disappeared directly into processing without the intermediate step of observing herself gathering it. He was the intermediate step. She was going to need to manage this. They ordered. He asked for coffee black, which told her approximately nothing. They waited for the drinks to arrive in the silence of 2 people who had agreed, without speaking, to take the temperature of the silence before filling it. Riven gave it 30 seconds. He gave it the same 30. Which meant he had matched her pace, which meant he was reading her rhythm, which meant he was better at this than she wanted him to be on a Wednesday evening when she hadn't slept enough. "The file they gave you," she said, when the drinks arrived. "Did you find it sufficient?" "Thorough," he said. "That's not the same thing as sufficient." "No," he agreed. "It's not." She looked at him. He looked back. There was something in the quality of this exchange, the slight, precise wryness of it, that she recognized as a test and recognized further as a test she was, marginally, passing. She filed this without satisfaction. "The joint operation will run 6 weeks maximum," she said, because the preliminary framing was the part she could control and she preferred to do it first. "The feign scene has been sitting for 6 days, which means if anyone competent is looking, we are already behind the optimal window. I'd like to review the full case files together tomorrow morning and build a working timeline by noon. I'd like access to your contact in the Belgian Federal Police," he said. "No. Then I'll use my own. What's your read on the suicide frame?" He looked at her for a moment. Not measuring, he'd already measured. Something else. Something she didn't have a word for and didn't try to find one. "It'll hold if we're careful," he said. "It won't hold if we're fast." Feign was known for 2 things professionally: his financial records and his paranoia about his financial records. Whoever staged his death knew enough to remove the obvious evidence but left the structural signature of a man who would never have gone quietly. "The pill bottle," she said. "The pill bottle," he agreed. He'd been on heart medication for 2 years. A cardiac event is plausible. A cardiac event that reaches for the window 3 times is not. She had found the same thing. She had found it at the scene before she had any briefing materials, purely from the drag pattern on the tile, and she had noted it, and said nothing, because noting things aloud before she understood who she was noting them to was a habit she didn't have. He had been given the briefing materials and reached the same conclusion. This was irritating. She added it to the list. The cover story needs a second layer, she said. Something that explains the window without explaining the cause of death. I have a framework in draft. So do I. We'll compare them tomorrow. Before or after the full case review? After, she said, because her framework was better and she wanted the full case review to establish the correct baseline before they arrived at the comparison, and because she recognized that this was a slightly petty play and made it anyway, because it was also the operationally sound play and she was not going to apologize for the overlap. Something moved at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile. An acknowledgement. She looked at her water. Looked back at him. Cover identities, she said. I have 3 options. I have 4. We'll use the one that fits both of us without obvious seams. She paused. You're going to want to suggest the couple cover. It's operationally sound for close proximity work in European cities. I know. You disagree. I don't disagree, she said. I'm noting that I anticipated it and have already mapped the exit parameters. If we use it consistently and we define the terms before we go operational. No improvisation inside the fiction. Agreed, he said, without hesitation, which told her he'd already thought through the same risk. They worked through the framework. Cover identities, communication protocols, handler contact schedules, evidence chain of custody, decision authority for on-the-ground calls when their handlers weren't reachable. It took 40 minutes and was entirely civil and almost entirely dishonest on both sides, and Riven tracked the dishonesty with the calm attention of a woman who expected nothing else and found confirmation of her expectations essentially neutral. He was withholding his full contact network. She was withholding her read on the primary frame weakness. They both knew the other was withholding something. Neither named it. This was professional courtesy, and professional courtesy was the only kind she extended without calculation. At the end, he extended his hand across the table. She looked at it for a moment. His hands were large and rested easy. Open, both of them, on the table, an old train habit or a performed signal, and she couldn't yet tell which was itself a data point. She shook his hand. Either of them squeezed. Tomorrow, she said. 9 o'clock, he said. The Fein briefing room. 8:30, she said, because the half-hour was an advantage and she would take every one she could find in the first week. 8:30, he said, again without hesitation, and again she had the uncomfortable sense of a man who had already been prepared to agree to more than she'd asked for, which meant he was either very accommodating or very strategic, and she was not under any illusion about which one it was. She left first. She had been going to leave first regardless of how the conversation ended, because she wanted to watch the bar from the corridor's blind angle and give herself 2 minutes before the exit to confirm he hadn't flagged a secondary tail in the hotel. He had not flagged a secondary tail. He had ordered a second coffee and was reading something on his phone without any visible urgency, which was either genuine or a very good performance of genuine, and she had known him for 40 minutes, and could not yet tell the difference. She filed this as a problem. She walked to the service exit, because this hotel also had a service exit without an outward-facing camera. He would assume she used the service exit. She used the lobby. She was already thinking about the cover story comparison and whether her framework was as much better as she believed it was, and what it would mean if it wasn't, and she was annoyed by the fact that she was thinking about it at all, because jobs did not usually require this much continuous recalibration this early. She stepped out into the Brussels night and walked toward the safe house that Dita had arranged for her, and she thought, precisely and without embellishment, that man is going to be a problem. Then she thought, good. Then she stopped thinking about him, because she had a framework to refine and a morning to prepare for, and the Brussels rain was picking up again, and she was, at baseline, practical. She was always, at baseline, practical. It was the one thing she trusted about herself without reservation. Chapter 4. Aldrich Fane is already dead. Aldrich Fane had been dead for 6 days, and in that time he had become considerably more interesting than he had been alive. Cael read the full case file in the briefing room, a borrowed office in a building that appeared, on its exterior placard, to belong to a logistics consultancy, and appeared, on its interior arrangements, to belong to no one at all. Neutral walls. 2 tables pushed together. A whiteboard that had been scrubbed so many times the surface had gone slightly cloudy. The kind of room that was designed to forget everything discussed inside it. Riven was already there when he arrived at 8:29. She had not looked up when he came in. He noted this and understood it, and said nothing. The case file ran to 212 pages. The relevant material, the actual crime, the actual evidence, the actual web of political and financial connections that had made Fane a target, and would make him useful now that he was dead, occupied perhaps 30 of those pages. The rest was noise generated by the Belgian federal investigation, which had accepted the cardiac event narrative with the modest skepticism of overworked officers who had too many open cases and too little patience for complications. Fane had been 53 pages of connections, which was the most interesting thing about him. He had spent 11 years as a mid-tier EU policy architect, which was the kind of position that sounded architectural but was functionally a pipe. You sat in the center of things and information moved through you, and if you were very careful, you could charge a modest premium for controlling the flow without anyone being able to prove that's what you were doing. He had been very careful for a long time. He had then become careless, in the specific way of a man who had grown accustomed to his own invulnerability, and carelessness was ultimately what had made him eliminable. Not by one party. By several. That was the structure of the job, for separate interested parties had developed, more or less simultaneously, strong professional reasons for Fane's silence. 2 of those parties were the syndicates that employed Cael and Riven respectively. The other 2 were governments, and governments, in Cael's experience, were far more dangerous than syndicates because they had the additional armor of legitimate authority. What the joint operation required was a cover story that satisfied all 4 parties' need for silence while satisfying none of them enough to stop paying attention, because a satisfied interested party became a closed file, and a closed file was eventually reviewed, and a reviewed file occasionally found things its reviewers were not supposed to find. The goal, therefore, was a story that made everyone mildly comfortable and nobody comfortable enough to stop watching their own exposure. Mutual, perpetual low-grade anxiety distributed across 4 parties was a more stable peace than any agreement. He had explained this to Gregor at the initial briefing. Gregor had said, "Yes, that's the assignment," in the voice of a man who had understood the surface and missed the architecture entirely. He had not revised his explanation. "Some things you explained once." Riven finished reading 4 minutes before he did. He knew she had finished because she set the file down with the specific care of someone who had put it away rather than paused in it, and sat back, and looked at the whiteboard, and he could see, from the periphery, that she was building something in her head with the characteristic stillness she had when she was processing. Not thinking exactly, processing. Working through something already understood and checking its structure. He finished the file. Set it down. "Fane's financial records," she said without preamble, which he was beginning to identify as her default register when she was interested in something. "The secondary set," he said. She looked at him. Not sharply, she didn't do things sharply as a general habit. With attention. "His official records have been through 2 separate audits in the last 3 years," he said. "Both clean. Which means either he was innocent or the auditors were managed. Given what's in this file, the second option is the operational assumption. The secondary records are the exposure point," she said. "If they exist and given who he was dealing with, they exist, they point to at minimum 6 individuals who currently hold positions in 3 different governments. The cardiac event narrative is sufficient for the official investigation. It is not sufficient for those 6 individuals, who will want to know that the records are not findable by anyone who doesn't already have them. Which means our frame needs a second story, he said. One that explains why those records, if surfaced, are already accounted for. Already part of a closed narrative. A narrative about Fane's methodology, she said. He was running the records himself as insurance. He used them once, unsuccessfully, to negotiate with someone who then removed the leverage. By the time he died, the records were known about and neutralized. They are evidence of a power play that failed, not of anything currently active. He considered this. That protects the 6 individuals. It implicates one of them as the one who neutralized the leverage. We choose which one carefully. We choose someone who is already politically isolated enough that a limited exposure helps rather than hurts the others. It creates a controlled burn. Who's the candidate? Page 87. She said. There's a reference to a parliamentary finance liaison named Deckert. He's been under domestic investigation for an unrelated matter for 8 months. He's already expendable. We use him. He had flagged Deckert on his first pass through the file and had not said so. He sat with this for a moment, and then let it go. They worked through the morning. The framework she'd built was different from his. She worked from the exposure points outward, mapping the cover story's stress points first and building inward toward the narrative. He worked from the narrative center outward, establishing the story and then testing it against the exposure points. They arrived at the same architecture from opposite directions, which produced a more solid structure than either would have built alone, and they both knew this, and neither mentioned it. At 12:14, Gregor's encrypted message arrived. He stepped outside to take it. Gregor's voice was avuncular, which it always was. Cael had learned, over 7 years, to parse avuncular Gregor for what it actually meant, the way you translated a language that operated in code. The joint operation is on track, Gregor said. We're pleased with the framework. I wanted you to have the secondary instruction set before you get too deep into the Fane architecture. Secondary instruction set. Cael waited. The woman Salas. She's good. She's better than good, actually. A small pause, the kind Gregor used when he was about to say something he decided was regrettable but necessary. We've been advised by our counterparts on the Fane matter that once the frame is complete, the joint operation creates a unique opportunity for clean disposal. Her handler is aware and on board. The timing will be yours to judge. Clean disposal? Her photograph. Her real name, not the alias she was using now, the actual one, the one he had been trying to reconstruct from the gaps in her file and hadn't yet found. A price. His price, with a payment schedule that presumed operational completion in 30 days. He sat on the edge of the tub. This was a secure bathroom. He had swept it when they arrived, and he sat on the edge of the tub and looked at his phone and looked at the number on the screen. And he was very still, in the way he was only still when he was letting something land before he decided what to do with it. The world was exactly as cynical as he had always known it was. This was not the surprise. The surprise was the timing, and the specific, unwelcome inconvenience of the timing, and the fact that the word he had found for this inconvenience was not tactical or professional or any of the operational language he used for these situations. The word was irritation. A particular, precise irritation, the feeling of being asked to destroy something he hadn't finished examining yet. Something that was, in fact, considerably more interesting than anyone who had written this instruction set had understood. He noted this feeling. He noted that he had noted it, and was cataloging it in language he didn't usually apply to contract parameters, which was a kind of data point about himself he did not examine further. He was not going to complete this contract on the timeline Gregor had specified. He had already decided this in the 30 seconds of stillness, and the decision had a quality of settled certainty that he recognized from the few times in his life when he had made choices that were more significant than they appeared. He went back to the briefing room. Riven was at the whiteboard, which now had the beginnings of a timeline on it, evidence nodes connected by lines of causality, the Deckert element in a separate color, the stress points circled. She had written in small, precise capitals with no wasted marks. She did not look up when he came back. She was looking at a gap in the timeline. The night of Fane's death, she said. There's a 6-hour window where his movements are unaccounted for. The official record says he was home. The security footage shows him home. But the security footage is 17 seconds shorter than the preceding and following segments. Someone trimmed it, he said. Someone trimmed it who knew exactly how long a splice could be before it showed up in automated review. That's a specific skill set. Not our clients. No, he agreed. Not our clients. The 4 interested parties had become 5. He filed this. She drew a line on the whiteboard. Looked at it. Drew another. They worked until dark, and the whiteboard filled, and the structure of the frame began to emerge from the noise of the case, and Cael worked alongside her and let himself be interested in the problem without examining why the interest had a different quality than it usually did. He was very good at not examining things. He was finding that this skill had limits he had not previously located. Chapter 5. She leaves her hands on the table. The Fane crime scene was on the 4th floor of a building that had been, until 6 days ago, an unremarkable residential address in the Cael neighborhood of Brussels, the kind of building where a mid-tier EU official might reasonably maintain a private flat without it attracting professional commentary. They went in at 6 a.m., when the building's security rotation had its 8-minute gap. Riven had identified the gap on their second full day of review. She had not mentioned it until it was useful, which was the kind of operational patience that Cael recognized as a cousin of his own. The flat had been processed by the Belgian federal team, and then sealed. The seal was the kind that looked official and would not survive a careful hand. She did not ask him to do it. She did it herself while he watched the stairwell, which she had not asked him to do either. They had not, in fact, agreed to a division of labor for this entry. They were simply, without discussion, in the correct positions. He filed this. He was beginning to accumulate a file specifically about the things he had not said and she had not said and that had nevertheless organized correctly between them, and the file was growing faster than he expected. Inside, the quality of air that crime scenes always had after they'd been processed chemical, with the underlying staleness of a sealed space, and beneath that, something organic and final that no amount of processing fully removed. Riven moved through the entry hall without pausing. She had studied the floor plan. He could tell by the way she navigated without referencing the space itself, the way you navigated from memory rather than observation. She worked from the center of each room outward. He worked from the periphery inward. This meant they covered each room without doubling back, without crossing each other's line of sight unnecessarily, without a single step wasted. It took him until the 3rd room to understand that they were doing this, that their methods, opposite in direction, were producing a complementary pattern. He had not told her his method. She had not told him hers. He was aware, with the specific clarity of a man who had spent a decade avoiding exactly this kind of awareness, that she had mapped his method before they entered. Probably on the first day. Possibly during the original briefing review. He continued working. He took photographs of the things the federal team had logged and the things they hadn't. He noted the 17-second splices downstream effects. There were 3, none of them in the official record. He looked at the window. The window was the thing. Not the evidence around it. The evidence around it was the thing the federal team had addressed, and the thing they had addressed neatly and badly, because the federal team had removed the physical trace of the drag pattern without understanding what the drag pattern meant. What they'd left was the logic of it. The pressure marks on the frame. The specific angle of the latch, which a man reaching from the floor would have touched differently than a man standing. He was looking at this when she came up beside him. He wasn't trying to open it, she said. No, he said. He was trying to signal. She looked at him. He looked at the window frame. There's a small residential building across the narrow street, he said. 3rd floor flat, west facing. If Fane knew someone in that flat or believed he knew someone, the window is the only point in this room visible from that angle. He was trying to flag an observer. He thought he had one. He didn't. He looked at the angle again. Or he did, and the observer was the problem. She was quiet for a moment. Not uncertain processing. The unaccounted for 6 hours, she said. He met someone. Probably in the building opposite. Or someone from the building came here. He turned from the window. The frame needs to account for why he was trying to signal. Not as evidence of a struggle that undermines the cardiac narrative. As evidence of paranoia. A man who believed he was being watched, who had been living in a state of sustained threat awareness, who reached for a window out of a habit so ingrained he did it even in extremis. That's consistent with his profile, she said. His assistant mentioned in the federal interview that he'd installed additional locks on his office door 6 weeks before he died. The official record treats this as eccentricity. For our frame, it's corroboration. For our frame, it's foundation, she said, with a small, precise emphasis that told him she'd already built the section of the cover story that used it, and was comparing his version to hers in real time. He found this appealing in a way he did not examine. They finished the flat in 2 hours and 20 minutes. He found 4 things the federal team had missed. She found 7. 3 of their finds were the same thing independently. In the borrowed office afterward, they sat across a table that was slightly too small for the amount of material they'd spread across it. The windows faced east. Afternoon light was coming in sideways and catching the edge of the whiteboard. She had her notes open. He had his. They were going through the evidence point by point, building the secondary layer of the frame, the story beneath the story, the one that would keep the interested parties quiet. It was careful work. It required sustained attention and the ability to hold multiple competing narratives simultaneously and test them for consistency without losing the thread of any individual one. Most people he had worked with over the years could do 2 of these things. She was doing all 3 and had been since the first hour. He kept finding reasons to notice this. He kept finding the noticing mildly inconvenient. The Deckard element needs an anchor, she said. Something that makes him look like he acted first and failed, rather than that he was implicated and managed. The difference is about 20 pages of documentation that currently doesn't exist. I can build the documentation, he said. I have a contact who can date stamp records through the parliamentary archive. I'll need 3 days and access to the financial routing records from 2019 to 2021. She looked at him. Not at his face exactly at the statement he made. Measuring it. I have the 2019 to 2021 routing records, she said. He had not known she had them. He had been intending to acquire them through a separate route. Then 3 days, he said. She wrote something in her notes. He waited. The cover story comparison, she said without looking up. My framework assumes Fane's death is the endpoint of a sequence that began 18 months ago, when the financial irregularities first appeared in the peripheral audit records. Your framework? Same assumption, he said. Different anchor. I used the failed negotiation, the attempt to sell the secondary records to a third party in late 2022 as the structural event. From there, the sequence builds to his death as a logical terminus rather than an acute event. She looked up. The failed negotiation is better, she said. It's more specific. Specific is more credible than sequential. Your 18-month window is more verifiable, he said. Specific events can be fact-checked. A timeline built from evidence is harder to attack. She considered this. He watched her consider it, which was different from watching her process. Processing was internal and almost invisible, a stillness that was also motion. Consideration was something she let be slightly more visible, a fraction of the stillness becoming attention rather than analysis. We use both, she said. The 18-month window as the public frame and the failed negotiation as the document trail. They support each other without duplicating. Yes, he said. She wrote it down. The room went quiet. Not the careful quiet of 2 people managing a silence, but the particular quiet of 2 people who had arrived at the end of a working session and had not yet found the reason to leave it. He was aware of her hands. They were flat on the table, visible, at rest. He had noticed this habit on the first day, the deliberate placement, the quality of it that was not performed but was also not unconsidered, and he had filed it under things about her that required more data before interpretation. He had more data now. He was not closer to an interpretation. "Tomorrow," she said. "I want to walk the route Fane took in the 6-hour window. Best guess, based on the transit records. I identified a probable route this morning," he said. "I'll send it." "Send it now." He sent it. She opened the file on her phone. Looked at it. Looked at him. "You used the canal," she said. "The timing works." "The timing works if he was going somewhere specific, not if he was moving to lose a tail. If he was running a counter-surveillance route, the canal is the worst option." He looked at the route. She was correct. "Then he wasn't running counter-surveillance," he said. "He was going somewhere specific." "Which means someone specific," she said. "Which gives us a lead, and a problem. It gives us the person he trusted enough to go to in the last 6 hours of his life," he said. "That's either very useful or very dangerous." "It's both," she said, and the quiet certainty in it, no emphasis, no hedge, was the thing he filed last, after everything else had been put away. 2 words in her voice, even incomplete, that told him she was someone who understood that useful and dangerous were not a contradiction. He had been waiting, without naming it, to meet someone who understood that. He had not expected it to be inconvenient. They gathered their materials. He held the door. She did not acknowledge this except by walking through it, which he had already understood to be her version of acknowledgement. In the corridor, they separated. She went right, he went left, both of them choosing exits without consulting the other, because they had separately identified the exits that morning and there was no need. He did not watch her go. He walked to his own car, and the Brussels evening was cold and the street lights had come on, and he thought about the kill order that was sitting in a locked file on his secure drive like a fact he had already decided was incorrect, and he thought about the route along the canal and the person Fane had trusted in the last 6 hours of his life, and he thought, very briefly, about her hands on the table. Then he stopped thinking about all of it, and drove to the safe house Gregor had arranged, which he had not yet swept for additional monitoring devices and which he swept thoroughly now, before eating, before anything, because some habits were not things you chose to have. They were simply things you were. He found 2 devices. Neither was Riven's. He filed this with the particular, settling satisfaction of a fact that confirmed a thing he had not admitted he was hoping for. Gregor's people. Of course. Gregor had never trusted him, which meant Gregor was smarter than he usually appeared, which was worth knowing. He disabled the devices carefully, leaving no trace. He made something to eat. He looked at the wall where he taped the expanded timeline and found 2 gaps he hadn't had answers for this morning, and found that he had answers for them now. He wrote them in. He thought about tomorrow, the canal route, the lead, the problem. He thought about the cover story framework and the way she had said both, even and complete. He stopped thinking about the second thing, because it was not operational, and he was, at baseline, a professional. He almost believed this. Chapter 6: The Other File. There were 2 ways to run a background audit on a person who didn't want to be found. The first was to go looking for what they had done. Jobs, contacts, events, the traceable residue of a professional life conducted at the edge of what could be documented. This was the standard method. It worked well for assets who were careless or confident or both, which, in Cael's experience, described the majority. The second was to go looking for what they had not done. The places they had almost appeared and hadn't. The records that had been initiated and then quietly abandoned. The connections that showed up in other people's files as peripheral references, and showed up nowhere at all in the subject zone. The shape of what was missing. He ran the second method on Riven Salas from a coffee shop in the Sablin district, on his 4th day in Brussels, while she was meeting with Dita Voss at a location he had identified from the pattern of her movements, but had not yet attempted to access. He had 3 hours. He used all of them. He found, first, what he expected to find. The Madrid consultancy was a very good fiction anchored in a real address and a genuinely registered entity. Someone had built it with care. The same methodological signature appeared in two other elements of her legend, the same approach to date consistency, the same specific choice of verifiable anchor points that were accurate but uninformative. He had seen this approach before. Once. In documentation built by a data architect named Ferris, who had worked for a now-defunct Belgian intelligence operation in the early 2010s. Ferris was currently freelance. Ferris built legends for people who needed them built to a standard that most intelligence operations considered excessive. If Ferris had built Riven's legend, the request had come from someone who understood that Riven would eventually work alongside people capable of reading construction methodology, someone who had anticipated that she might be assessed by her own caliber of professional and had built accordingly. Dita Voss, then? Or Dita's equivalent, whoever had recruited Riven and built her cover architecture in the early period. He moved on. The Madrid gap was interesting. He was more interested in what came before it. 3 years before the Madrid consultancy, Riven Salas had been a student. Not in the file skipped neatly over this period, but in the residue of other people's records. A scholarship program in Barcelona that published annual lists of recipients. A departmental research credit in a published academic paper, one word in a long acknowledgments section, her surname only, the kind of credit given to an undergraduate who had done the unglamorous work of data verification. A library record in a university system that had not fully migrated to secure servers. She had been real, once, in the way students were real, slightly careless, slightly visible, not yet having learned to be otherwise. Then the 14-month gap. Then the Madrid consultancy. He had been in intelligence long enough to know what that gap meant in general terms. He wanted to know what it meant specifically, because the general term was recruitment, and recruitment stories shaped people in ways that showed in their operational behavior for the rest of their careers, and understanding the shape of someone's recruitment was the closest thing to understanding their foundational damage. Everyone in this work had foundational damage. He was not naive about this, including about himself. He kept looking. He found the ghost on his second pass through the financial residue, a routing number through a Lisbon intermediary, appearing once, 5 years ago, in the peripheral data of a surveillance report on an unrelated subject. A small transfer. Not operational. Personal. Someone in Lisbon. Someone she'd sent money to. Someone she had kept. He ran the Lisbon address. The routing number resolved to a neighborhood in the Alfama district, old city, residential, the kind of address that people lived in for years rather than months. The registered resident, per a public property record, was a woman named Maren Park. He looked at what was available on Maren Park. Not much. She had been in intelligence herself, once, which meant she had managed her own visibility with professional care. But she had also retired, genuinely and completely, and retired people eventually generated the quiet paper trail of ordinary life, a utilities account, a cafe loyalty record in a neighborhood app, a photograph in the background of a Lisbon cultural event, attended with what appeared to be consistent friends. She was 52 in the photograph. She looked like someone who had seen enough that very little surprised her anymore, and had made a comfortable peace with this. She looked like someone Riven would keep. He closed the file on Maren Park. He did not add her to his operational notes. He did not add her to his threat assessment, his contact network, or any document that passed through Gregor's review process. He sat with the question of why for a moment, and reached the following conclusion. He did not add Maren Park to his operational notes, because she was not an operational matter. She was a private one. And he had, somewhere in the last 4 days, developed an interest in maintaining the boundary between those two categories as it applied to Riven Salas, which was not the same as what he felt about any other asset he had ever assessed. He noted this. He noted that noting it was itself notable. He closed all of it. He ordered a second coffee and looked out the window at the Sablin Square, where the morning market was packing up and a pair of pigeons were conducting a negotiation over a dropped pastry with the specific intensity of people who had no other agenda. He watched them for a moment. The Madrid gap. 14 months. He was fairly certain now it was not a recruitment story. Or not only a recruitment story. The scholarship had been in Barcelona. The scholarship had ended. He did not know yet why. The ending of the scholarship was the event, the gap was the aftermath, the Madrid consultancy was the recovery. Something had happened in Barcelona that had made her decide to become someone who could not be reached. He was not going to dig further into Barcelona today. Not because he lacked the access, but because some information changed the character of how you held everything else, and he was not yet sure he wanted his operational picture of Riven Salas changed in that direction. He was already holding more of her than he usually held of a contract target. He was already aware of this and of the professional problem it represented. He walked back to the safe house through the Sablon, taking a route that passed no cameras he hadn't already mapped, and thought about the cover story and the Deckard element, and the canal route they were walking tomorrow, and thought about Marin Park in a photograph at a Lisbon cultural event, attended with consistent friends, looking like someone who had made peace with what she'd seen. He thought about what it said about Riven that she had kept that. Not the photograph. He was sure Riven had no photographs but the person. The routing number appearing once, 5 years ago. Not recently. Not regularly. But appearing. A thread she had not been able to fully cut. A thread she had chosen, on at least one occasion, to reach through. He had spent a decade performing connection while keeping every actual connection at a distance that precluded any real cost. He was aware of this. He had made a careful peace with it, the same way you made peace with any structural choice, by not revisiting it often enough to find it wanting. He was revisiting it now, standing at a crosswalk in the Sablon district, in the specific, unwelcome light of someone else's evidence. The signal changed. He crossed. He had work to do. He went and did it. He thought about Marin Park once more, briefly, at the end of the evening, and then filed it somewhere he would not look at for a while. The file sat there anyway. Files always did. Chapter 7 Bruges, before it becomes a problem. The witness's name was Lena Hart. 26 years old, parliamentary aide to a committee Fane had consulted for, in possession of a single piece of information she did not yet understand the value of. She had seen Fane the evening before he died, in a cafe 3 blocks from his flat, and she had seen who he was with. She had not given this to the federal investigators because she had not been asked and because she was 26 and had the specific, understandable instinct of young people who had been told something sensitive. The instinct to wait and see whether anyone important enough to know came looking for it. Someone important enough was coming. 2 of them, in fact, traveling by train from Brussels to Bruges on a Tuesday morning, in the couple cover they had agreed to 10 days ago in a hotel bar and had been running since without incident and without commentary, because commentary would have required acknowledging the cover, and acknowledging the cover was adjacent to acknowledging that it had, in certain specific ways, become indistinguishable from the thing it was covering. Riven sat across from him in the train compartment, and read the Hart file. He read the transit record from the night of Fane's meeting and the background check he had run on the cafe owner, and a contact list that he'd built from Hart's professional social network, looking for any overlap with the known interested parties. There was one overlap. He had not yet told her. He was going to tell her. He was deciding when. She looked up from the Hart file and said, "She'll want to be believed." "Yes," he said. "That's the entry point. Not the information itself, the fact that she has it, and no one's asked. She's been sitting with this for 6 days and she's starting to wonder if she imagined it. So we make it real for her. We confirm that it matters. Not what it means, just that it matters." She looked back at the file. "She'll give us everything after that. People who've been waiting to be asked always do." He noted that she knew this in the specific, experiential way of someone who had been that person once. He did not say so. The Bruges flat was on the Gronerij Canal, a rented space, arranged through a third party, the kind of address that appeared in no operational record and would be cleaned and vacated within 48 hours of their departure. Riven moved through the rooms with the same efficient spatial intelligence she moved through every space, claiming sight lines and exit proximity without appearing to, and then stopped in the doorway to the bedroom and looked at the single bed with a particular quality of stillness that Cael recognized as her version of processing an inconvenience. "The arrangement is what it is," she said. "It is," he agreed. She set her bag on the near side of the bed. He put his on the chair. They went to find Lena Hart. She was at her apartment, which meant the surveillance he'd run that morning had been accurate, which was satisfying in the clean way that accurate intelligence was always satisfying. Riven took the lead. Cael positioned himself in a chair by the window and was, to all visible appearances, a man mildly interested in the street below. He watched Riven talk to a frightened 26-year-old who was trying not to look frightened and was therefore looking extremely frightened, and he watched the specific, patient calibration with which Riven handled this. Not warmth. Exactly, warmth would have been the wrong register, and Riven had the intelligence to know it, but a kind of steady level attention that was more reassuring than warmth in the specific way that "I am taking you seriously" was more reassuring than "I like you." Within 20 minutes, Lena Hart had given them everything. The man Fane had met the evening before his death was a parliamentary finance liaison named Reiner Deckert. She had seen them for approximately 12 minutes before Deckert left. Fane had looked afraid. She had not known what afraid looked like on Fane before that evening. She had revised her understanding of what afraid looked like on anyone. Cael kept his eyes on the street. Deckert. His single overlap in Hart's contact network. Deckert had attended the same parliamentary reception as Hart 4 months prior, and Hart had spoken to him briefly, and had found him, in her words, unpleasant in a way she couldn't specifically identify. He had not told Riven about the overlap before the interview because confirming it from the source first was cleaner than arriving with a pre-built conclusion. She would have done the same. He told her afterward, in the corridor outside Hart's building. She looked at him. Not with surprise. She didn't do surprise as a general practice, but with a brief, evaluative attention that was the closest thing to being assessed that he'd experienced in years without finding it threatening. "You sat on it," she said. "Source confirmation is better than inference." "Yes," she said. "It is." A pause that was not a hesitation. Deckert was in the flat. Not the cafe across from the flat. The 6-hour window. Fane was afraid in the cafe. He went home afraid. Deckert followed him or was already there. She started walking. He matched her pace. Deckert didn't just know Fane was a liability. He was the one who made him one. Which means the frame has to protect Deckert as a target and implicate him as the architect simultaneously, he said. Without either element contaminating the other. "The double layer," she said. "He's the scapegoat for the 6 interested parties and the actual actor for the purposes of the federal record. It's delicate. It's very delicate," she said, and there was something in the flatness of this, the complete absence of complaint in it, that told him she was already building the mechanism and had already determined it was possible. He had already determined the same thing. They worked through the night. The flat's small kitchen table became the operational center. Drives, paper records, the whiteboard sheet she'd brought folded in her bag, because of course she had brought a whiteboard sheet. They moved around each other in the kitchen space without incident, which was itself a minor operational achievement given the dimensions. He made coffee. She didn't ask him to, she also didn't comment on it, which meant she found it acceptable, which meant it was done to her standard, which he had assessed on their second day in Brussels and calibrated to without mentioning. At one point, shortly past midnight, she looked up from the document she was building and said, "The Deckert documentation needs a dated communication record. Something that places him in contact with Fane's financial network before the 2022 negotiation." "I'm building it," he said. He was building it. She looked at the document he had open. Read enough to confirm this was true. Went back to her own. This was the thing about working with her that he had not anticipated, not the competence, which he had anticipated from the file and revised upward from the file, but the specific, frictionless quality of their shared work. He had worked alongside capable people before. Capable people still required management, still had angles to account for, still produced the small, constant inefficiency of two separate operational minds trying to occupy the same problem space without collision. She did not collide with him. She also did not yield to him, or accommodate him, or adjust to him in any way that suggested she was doing something deliberate. She simply occupied the problem at a different angle than he did, and the angles combined without loss. He had not experienced this before. He was finding it difficult to classify. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, without discussion, the quality of the work shifted from kinetic to something quieter. The primary documents were done. What remained was the secondary review, the cross-check, the slow and careful audit of a structure already built. This was not the kind of work that required two people. They did it together anyway. He became aware, at some point between 3 a.m. and dawn, that the specific performance he maintained in professional settings, the composed, opaque, nothing to find here presentation that he had been running since he was 23 had, in the last several hours, without his permission and without a clear moment of failure, simply stopped. He was not performing anything. He was sitting at a kitchen table in a Bruges flat at 4 a.m. with paper and drives and the quiet of a canal city at night, and he was himself, and she was across the table, and she was also, he thought, simply herself, in whatever way that was possible for a woman who had built herself into a professional instrument with considerable care. Not soft. Not unguarded. Just present, without a performance around the presence. He found this more alarming than any threat assessment he had run in recent memory. He said nothing. She said nothing. At some point they stopped. Not by agreement, by the natural conclusion of the work, which left them with a completed structure and a silence that was different from the silences they had shared in Brussels. Those had been professional silences, inhabited by two people keeping their respective distances. This one was something else, and he did not try to classify it, because classification would have required him to look at it directly, and looking at it directly would have required him to decide what to do about it, and he was not ready to do that. What happened next, he would not think about in daylight for some time. At 6 a.m. he was at the window, reading the sidelines the way he always read the sidelines, because some habits were structural and did not require a reason. The canal was pale in the early light. The city was not yet awake. She made coffee. She was already awake in the specific way of someone who had not been deeply asleep, which told him nothing he did not already know. She set a cup on the windowsill beside him without speaking. He picked it up without speaking. They looked at the canal. The silence between them was the different kind. He was very aware of this. He was aware that she was aware of it too, because she was aware of everything and processed it without announcement. "The hard relocation needs to happen in the next 48 hours," she said eventually. "I have a contact in Ghent," he said. "The contact is clean?" "The contact is clean." "Then Ghent." She took her coffee back to the table. Opened her laptop. He remained at the window for another moment, looking at the canal, and thought that this was the most significant morning he had had in a long time, and that he was not going to say so, and that she was not going to say so, and that this was, for now, the correct arrangement. He turned back to the room. There was work to do. He went and did it. Chapter 8: What Noah Surratt Wants with the Evidence. The drop point was a bookshop on the Willestraat. Cael had selected it on the second day in Bruges, before the heart interview, because it had 2 street-level exits and a back room that the owner, on present evidence, had not entered in some months. He had arrived 12 minutes early. He had confirmed the exits, confirmed the camera positions, confirmed that the only other person in the shop was a retired man reading a gardening book with no apparent interest in anything else. Riven arrived 4 minutes early. They were, by this point, entirely capable of operating in the same space without looking like they were operating together, which was the couple cover doing its structural work, and which Cael found useful and did not examine further. At the exact time of the scheduled drop, a person came through the front door eating a pastry. They were 29, approximately, with the specific quality of physical ease that came from someone who moved through spaces the way water moved through pipes, finding the path of least resistance, occupying gaps, arriving at destinations without appearing to have traveled. They had the kind of face that was constructed from entirely ordinary components, and somehow assembled into something entirely unplaceable, which was a gift that most people in this work spent years trying to cultivate, and very rarely achieved. They were eating the pastry with complete placidity, and looking at a display of Flemish history books with what appeared to be genuine mild interest. Cael looked at them for 3 seconds. The pastry was not from the bakery on the corner, which was the obvious stop between the train station and the Woelestraat. It was from a bakery on the Steenstraat, which was further, which meant they had walked a specific route to arrive here, a route that passed 2 separate good observation positions and 1 choke point for a tail. They had been running counter-surveillance on the way to a drop. Which meant they knew it was a drop, or suspected it, or were the kind of professional who ran counter-surveillance as a default condition, which was its own category of person entirely. He looked at Riven. She was looking at a shelf of Flemish architecture books with the same mild interest she used when she was reading everything in the room except the books. She had already clocked them. He could tell by the angle of her weight. He went back to the history shelf. The person finished the pastry, brushed their hands with a small, efficient gesture, selected a Flemish history book with apparent randomness, though it was not, Cael noted, random. It was the book on the shelf with the widest spine gap to its left, which was the oldest and most reliable method for a dead drop check, and opened it. Inside the front cover was nothing. Clean. Which meant they had just confirmed that the drop was not preloaded. They turned to the back of the shop. "I'm going to assume," they said pleasantly, to the middle distance, addressing no one in particular, "that at least one of you is Cael Mordren and at least one of you is Riven Salas, because the alternative is that this is the most overcrowded bookshop in Bruges, and I've been here before and it's really not." The retired man looked up from his gardening book. Cael looked at him. The man went back to his gardening book. "Noah Surratt," the person said, turning to face them with the casual certainty of someone who had already decided how this meeting was going to go. "Freelance. I'd give you a reference, but everyone who can give one has very compelling professional reasons to deny knowing me." A pause. "That's a compliment to my client management, in case it wasn't clear." Riven had turned from the shelf. She was looking at Noah Surratt with the particular quality of attention she reserved for problems she hadn't anticipated and was assessing at speed. Cael placed himself where he could see both exits and Noah's hands simultaneously. Noah noticed this. They said nothing about it, but they noticed it in the way of someone taking a measurement. "You have access to the Fane files," Cael said. "I have access to a specific portion of the Fane files," Noah said. "The portion that neither of your employers has seen. The portion that is going to make your current cover architecture significantly less stable than you think it is, unless someone addresses it." They tilted their heads slightly. "I'm prepared to discuss that. In exchange for some professional courtesies." "Defined as?" Riven said. "Protection for the duration of the joint operation. A clean exit on completion. And the understanding that what I share stays between the 3 of us and does not reach my client or your handlers." "Who is your client?" Riven said. "That's the first thing I'm not going to tell you," Noah said pleasantly. "You'll get a composite picture eventually. You're both very good at composite pictures. I'd rather you get it from the evidence than from me, because then you'll trust it." "What portion of the Fane files?" Cael said. "The secondary financial records. The ones Fane built as his own insurance architecture." Noah leaned against the shelf with the ease of someone who had not been threatened yet, and was enjoying this. He didn't just have one set of secondary records. He had 2. The set your employers know about and the set your employers don't, because Fane was paranoid enough to silo his own backups. The second set has a very interesting authorship trail. A small beat. It points to someone who is not currently in your evidence frame and should be. Cael looked at Riven. She was looking at Noah with the expression she wore when she had already made a decision and was confirming the last data point before acting on it. Slightly still. Hands visible on the shelf edge. "How did you find the drop point?" she said. "I've been watching you for 4 days," Noah said. "You're very hard to watch." I have opinions about your counter-surveillance routing in Brussels. The canal choice was conservative. I'd have gone via the park. They paused. This is feedback, not criticism. The park has a camera on the north gate, Riven said. The north gate, yes. The south gate has a camera with a dead sector on the upper left. 4 meters wide. More than enough. Noah's expression was one of mild, genuine interest. You already knew that. I already knew that, Riven said. The south gate puts you in sight of the Rue du Midi building, which has a secondary surveillance operation running out of the 3rd floor. Noah looked at her for a moment. That's new, they said. When? 6 weeks. Noah appeared to file this. Well, that's embarrassing. They did not look embarrassed. I maintain my overall point about the canal. Cael watched this exchange with the specific, attentive pleasure of a man watching a system stress test itself and hold. Noah was genuine not in the sense of trustworthy, which was a separate question, but in the sense of actually present, actually playing the game as described, not running a secondary layer beneath the presentation. He could tell the difference. He had been reading people long enough that the tells were physical before they were cognitive, the small, involuntary micro-adjustments of someone managing a performance, which Noah was not making. This made them simultaneously more useful and more difficult. A predictable liar was a known variable. Noah's surroute was something else. We'll hear your proposal, Cael said. Noah smiled. It was a very cheerful smile for someone in a room with 2 people who could theoretically end the conversation in several ways, none of them comfortable. Wonderful, they said. Should we get more pastry? I find structural conversations go better with pastry. No, Riven said. That's what I assumed, Noah said, without appearing bothered. They talked for 40 minutes, there in the back of the bookshop with the retired man, and his gardening tome and the Flemish history pressing in from all sides. Noah outlined what they had, the second set of Fane's financial records accessed through a source they declined to identify, verified through a methodology they explained in enough detail to make the verification credible. The records were clean, in the sense that they were authenticated. They were complicated, in the sense that they contained a name that was not in any current evidence frame. They did not give the name. Not yet. The name was the last thing they would give, once terms were agreed. Clean exit means what, specifically? Riven said. A new legend built to a standard that prevents professional trace for a minimum of 2 years. I have existing relationships, but I'm going to burn them on completion of this operation. I need a reset. A pause. I'm good at what I do. I'd like to continue doing it without being eliminable. You're eliminable right now, Riven said without heat. You'd be eliminating your best access to the second record set, Noah said, also without heat. And you're both too precise to prefer a short-term solution to a complete one. Cael looked at Riven again. She held his gaze for a moment. Brief. The professional equivalent of a full conversation. We'll need until tomorrow, she said to Noah. Don't go far. I'm at the hotel on the market, Noah said. Room 12. The breakfast is very good, if you change your mind about the pastry. They left first, with the same unemphasized ease with which they'd arrived, and the bell above the bookshop door rang once, and they were gone, and the retired man turned a page of his gardening book without looking up. Cael watched them leave through the window, tracking the angle of departure until they turned the corner and merged with the mid-morning foot traffic. Counter-surveillance routing on the way in, he said. 4 days of observation, she said. Clean at the south gate camera. Was that a test or a tell? Both, he said. They wanted us to know the quality of the preparation. And they genuinely didn't know about the Rue du Midi operation. So they're good and they have gaps, she said. Which makes them a functional asset with a ceiling. The second record set is real, he said. Yes, she said. It is. You already knew there was a second set. She looked at him. Brief and direct. I suspected. The architecture of the first set is too complete. Fane was paranoid in the specific way of someone who prepared for betrayal, and people who prepare for betrayal don't consolidate. They partition. You didn't mention the suspicion. I was waiting for something to confirm it. He looked out the window where Noah had been. They're the confirmation. They're a data point, she said. We confirm it from the records themselves. They left the bookshop in separate directions, by agreement, and met at the flat 20 minutes later. He gave her a complete account of everything he had observed and assessed about Noah Surratt. She listened without interrupting, which was how she always listened, not patience, exactly, but a quality of full reception, nothing deflected. When he finished, she said, You already made the call. He had. Absorb, he said. The records are worth more than the risk. The risk is real, she said. The records are worth more than the risk, he said again, not repeating it for emphasis, just confirming it was not a casual position. She considered this in the way that was slightly visible. Then she said, Terms need to be specific. I'll write them. All right. Cael. He looked at her. It was the first time she had used his given name without the cover identity framing. She appeared to have noticed this at the same moment he did. He watched the brief processing pass across her face and resolve. The name in the second record set. Whatever it is, it's going to change the frame. Yes, he said. It is. We handle it together. Whatever it means. Yes, he said. We do. She went to write the terms. He stayed at the window for a moment, looking at the canal. He was aware, with the clear and slightly inconvenient awareness that had been accumulating since Brussels, that he had just committed to a partnership he had not been assigned and had not sought, and was not, in any professional sense, required to maintain. He had committed to it in 2 words, without hesitation, to a woman he had been contracted to eliminate. He had committed to it the way he had never committed to anything that Gregor had asked of him. He noted this. He noted that noting it was becoming a habit he had very few defenses against. He went to help her write the terms. Chapter 9. She doesn't ask twice. The negotiation with Noah Surratt took 6 minutes. This was not because the terms were simple. The terms were precise and required 3 separate clarifications before they resolved into a format that was unambiguous under pressure, which was the only format Riven wrote contracts in. It was 6 minutes because Noah Surratt, for all their professional opacity, did not negotiate the way most people negotiated, with positional anchoring and strategic concessions and the slow theater of getting what they had already decided to accept. They read the terms, confirmed 2 specific clauses, asked 1 question about the legend build methodology, and agreed. The 1 question was about Ferris. Riven had put Ferris in the legend build clause because Ferris was the best available, and she had direct access, and she had offered this without thinking about what it would reveal. She had thought about it immediately afterward, in the half-second between writing the clause and handing it across the table. Noah looked at the clause. Looked at her. Ferris built yours, they said, not as a question. Ferris built parts of mine, she said. The Madrid section, Noah said. She said nothing. This was confirmation enough, and they both understood that. Noah nodded once. Ferris is acceptable. Ferris is more than acceptable. They initialed the clause. I'd been hoping to get on Ferris's client list for 2 years. Tell them Noah said hello? Ferris doesn't do greetings, she said. No, Noah agreed. Ferris really doesn't. She accepted the initial terms and they moved immediately to the records, because she had been waiting for the records for 2 days and she was not interested in additional preamble. Noah produced a drive. She took it without ceremony and plugged it into her secondary laptop, which was air-gapped and ran its own verification protocol before it accepted anything from an external source. The protocol ran for 90 seconds. Noah watched it run with the interest of someone who appreciated a good system. The records loaded. She read them in the specific way she read evidence that she suspected was going to rearrange something she had already built, not looking for what she expected, but holding what she expected in suspension and letting the records exist on their own terms first. The first pass was orientation. The second pass was structural. The third pass, and she needed 3 passes, which was unusual, which told her the records were as complicated as Noah had indicated, was verification. On the third pass, she found the name. She looked at it for a moment. Then she looked at Cael, who was standing at the window. Of course he was standing at the window, and said, "Come look at this." He came and looked. She watched him read it. He went through the same process she had, though faster. He had the specific reading speed of someone who processed visually and structurally at once, which she had identified in their first briefing session and had noted as one of the more efficient information processing approaches she had encountered. He read the name on his first pass and confirmed it on his second, and then was very still for approximately 5 seconds. "That's Noah's client," he said. "That's Noah's client," she said. Noah, from across the table, said cheerfully, "It's also the person who arranged for Fane's death to be attributed to a cardiac event approximately 3 days before he actually died. Which is a fun detail from an evidence standpoint." They both looked at Noah. Noah looked back with the pleasant equanimity of someone who found this entirely reasonable. "My client," they said, "contracted me to recover the second record set from wherever Fane had hidden it, deliver it to them, and say nothing to anyone about having done so. I recovered it. I have not delivered it. I am saying something to someone." A small pause. "This is what we in the industry call a contractual adjustment." "Why?" Riven said. Noah's expression shifted slightly, not to something more serious, exactly, but to something more present. "Because my client's next step, once they had the record set, was going to be me. And I object to that on professional principle." Another small pause. "Also on personal principle, but the professional one sounds better in context." She looked at the drive. Looked at the name on the screen. The name was not one of the 6 individuals she had already identified as implicated in Fane's network. It was the 7th, and it was positioned not as a peripheral beneficiary of Fane's silence but as the architect of it. The person who had determined that Fane's usefulness had ended and had arranged for the ending without going through any of the formal channels that the other 6 interested parties would have expected to be consulted. Which meant the other 6 did not know. Which meant the cover story she and Cael had been building was providing perfect structural protection for someone who had not authorized it, could not be held to any agreement about it, and had active reasons to want both of them permanently silent. "The frame as built protects this person," she said. "Yes," Cael said. "We've spent 12 days building their alibi." "Yes." She looked at the name again. Sat with this for a moment in the flat, attentive way she sat with things that required her full processing capacity, and that she was not going to rush. Then she said, "All right. The frame needs a sublayer." Cael turned from the window. She could see him shifting register the same way she was, from the irritation of having been inadvertently useful to the wrong person, which was a professional offense she was not prepared to leave unaddressed, to the particular, energizing clarity of a more complex problem. "Not a visible one," he said. "We can't restructure the primary frame, it's already been reviewed by both handlers. We don't restructure it. We add a sealed element. Evidence that exists in the architecture but can only be opened from the outside by a specific key, held by a specific third party. A trigger," he said. "A trigger. If the 7th party moves against us, the key activates. The evidence surfaces. The primary frame unravels in a direction that points directly at them." Noah, who had been listening to this with the expression of someone watching a very satisfying piece of machinery run for the first time, said, "That's elegant." "It's a dead man's switch," she said. "I know what it is. I said it's elegant." She looked at Noah. "You're the third party." Noah's expression remained pleasant. "I'd wondered if you'd get there. You're outside both syndicates. You have the second record set, which is the cleanest evidence of the 7th party's involvement. And you have professional reasons to want the trigger to function correctly. Because if it doesn't function correctly," Noah said, "I'm the exposure point. They considered this with the mild, practical air of someone calculating risk on the fly and finding the numbers acceptable. Yes. I'll hold the key. You'll hold the key, Cael said. And you'll give us a dead drop protocol for the activation sequence. Something that can be triggered by either of us independently. Either of you or both. Either, Riven said. We don't wire two-party authorization into a dead man's switch. If one of us is unavailable, the trigger still needs to function. Noah looked at her for a moment. There was something in the look that she couldn't fully classify, not admiration exactly, something more analytic. The look of someone adding a data point to a picture they'd been building for several days. Either of you, Noah agreed. They spent the next 3 hours building the sublayer. It was the most satisfying 3 hours of work she had had in months, and she was aware of this and aware that she was aware of it, and she allocated one small, private moment to the fact of it before returning to the architecture. Clean, precise, genuinely difficult problem. Two people whose methods complemented rather than duplicated. A structure taking shape that was better than any of its individual components. She found satisfaction in a well-executed plan the way other people found it in food or sleep. This was what it felt like. She had not had it this cleanly in a long time. She did not examine why the presence of a specific person changed the texture of it. She noted the question and left it without an answer, because the answer would have required a kind of honesty she was not ready for in a rented flat in Bruges with a wild card fixer eating a second pastry across the table. At some point she looked up and found something wrong in the records. Not in the main evidence thread, in a peripheral detail, a routing sequence that didn't fit the pattern she had mapped for the seventh party's financial methodology. It was small. It was the kind of thing that wouldn't matter in 3 different directions and might matter enormously in one. She did not know yet which direction it mattered in. She filed it. She would look at it again when she had more context. This was how she worked: gather, hold, return when the picture was fuller. Acting on incomplete evidence was an error she did not make twice, and she had only made it once. By evening, the sublayer was complete. Noah reviewed it with the careful, unhurried attention of someone checking a parachute, which was an apt metaphor, and found 2 places to tighten and no places to dispute. Cael found one additional tightening point that neither she nor Noah had identified. She incorporated it. Tomorrow morning, she said to Noah, we leave for Antwerp. You'll need to relocate. I'll relocate tonight, Noah said. I prefer to be ahead of the schedule. They gathered their things with the efficient, practiced ease of someone who had been relocating on short notice for years. At the door they paused. The seventh party is going to notice the sublayer eventually. Not what it contains, just that something is there. Like a door that's locked when it shouldn't be. How long? Cael said. 3 weeks. Maybe 4, if they're managing other things. Noah's expression was cheerful and entirely serious at once. You'll want to be finished before then. They left. The flat was quieter without them. Quieter in the specific way that followed an absence that had been filling a space you hadn't noticed was full until it wasn't. She began packing the materials. The routing anomaly, Cael said from the window. She looked up. He had not been looking at the records for the last hour. He had been at the window. You found it, she said. On the first pass, he said. I was waiting for you to find it. Why? He turned from the window. His expression was even not closed, just settled, the way his face was in the moments between performances when he wasn't managing anything. Because your read on it will be different from mine. And the discrepancy will be informative. She looked at him for a moment. My read is that it doesn't fit the seventh party's methodology. Which means either the record is partially fabricated or there's a subcontractor we haven't identified. My read, he said, is that the methodology is different because the person executing it is different. Not a subcontractor. A second principle. She held the 2 reads alongside each other. Let them sit. Someone else authorized Fane's death, she said. Someone else was involved in it, he said. Whether they authorized it or were managed into it, that's the question. That's the question, she agreed. She finished packing the materials. Outside, the canal was dark and still, and Bruges was going to sleep in the particular way of a city that had been going to sleep in the same way for centuries, and she found this unexpectedly grounding, the way durable things were sometimes grounding, not comforting, exactly, but solid. Resistant. Proof that some things persisted. She had not thought of stability this way before as evidence rather than condition. The thought arrived from an unexpected angle. She noted it, and did not pursue it, because she had a route to plan and a city to leave by morning, and she was, at baseline, practical. She was always, at baseline, practical. She was finding that this was both her greatest operational asset and, in certain specific and recently multiplying ways, an insufficient description of herself. She finished packing. She did not say this to Cael. She said, "I'll take the route planning. You take the contact in Ghent for the hard relocation." "Done," he said, and pulled out his phone. She pulled out hers. They worked in silence, the good kind, until they were ready to go. Chapter 10: The Antwerp Problem. Antwerp arrived grey. This was appropriate. Antwerp in October was a city that had decided clouds were a permanent structural feature rather than a weather event, and the harbor district where they had rented the new safe house had the additional atmospheric quality of industrial salt air, and the sound of container ships conducting their enormous, patient work somewhere in the middle distance. Cael did not mind Antwerp. He had worked here twice before. It had the operational advantage of a city large enough to move in without being noted and pragmatic enough not to look too closely at people moving in it. The safe house was on the top floor of a converted warehouse building, the kind of address that appeared respectable in a rough-edged way, its respectable appearing managed by a property agent who had excellent reasons to ask no questions. Cael had swept it on arrival. Clean. He had noted 3 improvements to the existing security, and implemented them before Riven finished her route review in the kitchen. She had not commented on the improvements. She had clocked them each in sequence as she moved through the space. He could track her assessment from the microsecond pauses at the modified window latches and the repositioned sightline mirror in the hall. She had registered them and said nothing, which was her version of approval, which he had learned to read and found, in a way he was not going to examine closely, worth more than most people's direct endorsements. The Antwerp problem arrived on their second morning. His name was Steen. Peter Steen, 41, low-level money manager who had been at the peripheral edge of Fane's financial network for 4 years without appearing to understand what he was peripheral to. He had understood it now, or rather, he had understood enough of it to be frightened, and frightened men in possession of partial financial records and a journalist's phone number were the specific category of problem that required immediate and precise management. Cael had identified Steen from the second record set 3 days prior, flagged him to Riven, and begun building the contact architecture to monitor his communications. On the second morning in Antwerp, Steen made a call. Not to the journalist, to the journalist's editor. A preliminary call. The kind of call a man made when he was still deciding whether to commit to the thing he was already doing. They had perhaps 36 hours. They took 40 minutes to plan, which included the only direct argument they'd had since Brussels. Cael thought the operation should go in pairs. Riven thought it should split. He thought pairs were more controllable in an active urban environment. She thought pairs telegraphed coordination in a way that created unnecessary exposure risk for the primary asset. She was right about the exposure risk. He was right about the control. They reached the split as the correct answer when she pointed out that the exposure risk of pairs exceeded the control benefit only if the split elements maintained independent communication blackout for the operation's duration, which he conceded was manageable. "Steen's access to the journalist," she said. "I'll take that half." "The journalist's access to Steen," he said. "I'll take that half." They did not communicate during the operation. He handled the journalist, a features writer named Voss who freelanced for 3 publications and operated out of a co-working space in the Belgium district with the methodical care of someone who understood that the goal was not to block contact but to make contact appear, from Voss's perspective, both premature and professionally hazardous. He spent 90 minutes doing this. He used 3 separate approaches. He did not threaten, because threats created witnesses and witnesses created problems, and there was a cleaner architecture available. A conversation with Voss's most reliable editor, conducted in the register of a legal correspondent doing due diligence, that introduced enough doubt about the source's reliability to make Voss pause. People who wrote for a living were more afraid of a bad source than of most other professional hazards. Voss paused. Cael left Belgium and walked back toward the harbor district through the Antwerp streets, which were cold and had started to rain in the particular fine, persistent way of a coastal city that had made its peace with wet. He let the rain fall without minding it and thought about the second principle that he and Riven had identified in the routing anomaly, who was still unidentified, and about the sublayer they had built with Noah, and about the Deckard documentation, which he had been quietly constructing for the last 4 days and which was nearly complete. He arrived at the reconvened point, a covered market on the Groenplatz, open, several exits 7 minutes before the agreed time. She was already there. Of course she was. She had a coffee she wasn't drinking. She was looking at the market stalls with the quality of attention that was not attention, the outward-facing gaze of someone whose real attention was internal, processing. He could tell from across the market by the angle of her shoulders, very slightly inward, the shift of someone turned toward a private computation. He got a coffee he would drink and came and stood beside her. "Steen?" he said. "Handled," she said. "He won't make the call. Voss won't take it if he does." She looked at him. "Brief." "How?" he explained. She listened to the full account without interrupting. Then she said, "The source reliability angle was cleaner than a block." "Yes. I used the financial hazard angle with Steen. Convinced him the records he has are incomplete enough to expose him rather than protect him if they become public. He needs to be seen as a witness, not a source." She paused. "He'll hold for 6 weeks. Maybe 8 if he doesn't talk to anyone who tells him otherwise." "6 is enough," he said. "6 is enough," she agreed. They stood in the covered market and drank their coffees, and the rain continued on the outside of the market awning, and around them the market vendors conducted their commerce with the unhurried practicality of people who had decided the weather was not a relevant variable. Cael watched a woman buy 3 kinds of cheese from a vendor who appeared personally invested in the outcome of this selection, and thought about the parallel operation, the way they had divided the problem and approached it from opposite ends and arrived at complementary solutions without any real-time coordination. He had run split operations before. He had run them with assets he trusted and assets he didn't trust and assets he was actively running against, and he was familiar with the entire spectrum of what it felt like to complete a split operation. What it felt like was generally relief, confirmation of the outcome, assessment of what had been learned. What it felt like right now was different. It had the specific, disconcerting quality of coming home to a place he had not been before and finding it familiar in the way that only places you belong to are familiar, which was a category of place he had not had access to in approximately 10 years and had stopped expecting to find. He noted this with the same careful, slightly alarmed attention that had been his dominant relationship with himself for the last 2 weeks. "The Deckard documentation," she said without preamble. "4 more days," he said. "The full frame review is in 5 days. The documentation will be ready for the full review." She looked at him again. Something in the assessment was different from the earlier assessments, the ones at the beginning, when she was running a threat evaluation on every piece of information he offered. This was not a threat evaluation. It was something closer to a check-in, the specific look of someone confirming that a variable they have begun to trust is still within acceptable parameters. He had been tracking the shift in her assessments for over a week. He was not sure she knew he had. She was generally aware of more than she indicated, so she might know and have decided it was not operationally significant. He found himself hoping, with a quiet and somewhat exasperating specificity, that she had decided he was operationally significant instead. He drank his coffee. Let the thought pass. Did not let it pass too quickly, because he had found, recently, that letting things pass too quickly was a habit that had cost him things he had not noticed were worth keeping. "The routing anomaly," he said, I've been back to it twice, she said. I haven't resolved the second principal question. The methodology signature doesn't match anyone in the current evidence frame. I ran a comparison against historical operations, he said. There are two possible matches. Both are in Eastern Europe. One is operational, one is retired. Send me the comparison. I'll send it tonight. She finished her coffee. Set the cup on a nearby ledge with the precision she brought to everything not fussy, just placed correctly. We need to resolve it before the full review, she said. If there's a second principle and we go into the review without accounting for them, the frame has a gap. Agreed. I don't like gaps. I know, he said. She looked at him. A beat that was slightly longer than the operational beat, not long enough to name, not short enough to ignore. You find that amusing, she said. I find it accurate, he said. She looked away. He thought he saw, very briefly, the corner of her mouth move. Not a smile, the approach to one, checked before it arrived. He added it to the file he kept without deciding to keep, the one that held all the small, unguarded moments he had catalogued since Brussels. The file was becoming extensive. He was aware that this was the most significant operational fact of his professional life, and that he was not managing it like one, and he was finding, with the slow-arriving certainty of something that had already been decided somewhere beneath conscious analysis, that he was not particularly interested in changing this. Tonight, she said. The routing comparison. Tonight, he said. They left the covered market separately, taking different routes back to the safe house, arriving at the expected staggered interval. He arrived first. She arrived 2 minutes later. The safe house was as they had left it. He pulled up the routing comparison and annotated it for her, adding the operational context that would make it faster to read. He sent it with a note. One of the methodology signatures is cleaner than the other. Start there. She replied 45 minutes later with 4 words, Eastern Europe. Retired. Confirmed. And then, one line below the name. He read it once. He went to find her. She was in the kitchen, which had become the working space by mutual gravitational drift rather than explicit agreement. She was looking at her laptop with the expression she wore when she had just confirmed something she had suspected and found the confirmation worse than the suspicion. He has syndicate connections, he said. He has syndicate connections, she said. On both sides. She looked up. He's the original client. Before either of our employers was involved. He's the reason Fane became a liability in the first place. And the seventh party, he said, is his intermediary, she said. Not independent. A managed asset. They looked at each other across the kitchen. The frame protects him, he said. Not as a revelation, they had known this from the moment Noah's records surfaced. But the name changed the weight of it. The frame protects him, she said. And both our employers have connections to him, which means both our employers had reasons to want Fane's death buried that they have not disclosed to us. We were sent to cover a murder, he said, by the people who commissioned it. Knowingly or otherwise, she said. It doesn't matter which. He sat down across from her. Looked at the name on her screen. The sublayer, he said. The sublayer needs to expand, she said. It was built for one principle. Now it needs to hold for 2. She turned the laptop so they could both see the evidence architecture. And we need to do it without triggering the review timeline. 5 days. 5 days, he said. She looked at the architecture. So did he. It was complex and it was good, and it was not yet complex enough. They were going to make it better. He already knew how to approach the first problem. He was fairly certain she had already mapped the second. The third would be the one they built together. Start, she said. They started. Outside, the Antwerp rain had not stopped. Inside, the safe house was warm and the work was real, and he was, for the first time in longer than he could clearly name, exactly where he was supposed to be. He did not say so. It didn't need to be said. Chapter 11. What Marin said. The message from Maren arrived on a Thursday, at 11:47 p.m., while Riven was in the bathroom with the door locked and the fan running. This was where she read things she did not want anyone to observe her reading. Not because Cael was watching her, he was in the main room, at the table, annotating the expanded sublayer documentation with the quiet, concentrated focus he brought to detailed work, and he would not have looked up unless she had given him a reason to. She locked the door and ran the fan because some habits were older than the professional reasons for them, and this one went back to the 14 months she did not think about, when she had learned that reading your actual face in a private moment was more dangerous than any surveillance device, and that the only reliable privacy was structural. She sat on the edge of the tub. The message was short. Maren's messages were always short. She had the intelligence analyst's contempt for unnecessary words, and the additional economy of someone who understood that the things worth saying were rarely the things you said at length. Still raining here? Found a cafe on the Rue du Seculo that you'd hate. Telling you anyway. Are you somewhere reasonable? Riven read it once. Read it again. Are you somewhere reasonable? This was how Maren asked if she was safe. She had been asking it, in some version, for 8 years through handled channels when Riven was operational, through a personal device when she wasn't, always in the same register of a woman who wanted information and had made peace with the fact that she would not always get it. She never asked directly. She had learned early that directly was not a language Riven operated in when it came to this. Riven sat with the message for a while. The bathroom fan turned. The safe house was quiet on the other side of the door. Somewhere in the harbor district, a container ship was doing something enormous and patient, the low industrial sound of it carrying through the walls. Somewhere reasonable. She thought about this. The Antwerp safe house was a converted warehouse with improved window latches and a dead man's switch distributed across 3 separate evidence chains and a wildcard fixer in a hotel she hadn't personally vetted and a man in the next room who had been contracted to eliminate her, and had not done so for 17 days, including 4 days running dark against his own handler. She thought about reasonable. She had not responded to Maren's last message. The one before that had taken her 6 days. This was not unusual. Maren had never imposed a response timeline. She was simply still there, which was the thing about Maren that Riven had never fully known what to do with, the persistence of it. Not waiting, exactly. Just present. The way a landmark was present, not requiring your attention, simply reliably there when you needed to orient yourself. She did not respond now either. She put the phone away and sat for another moment, not processing the message but sitting inside the fact of it, which was different. Processing would have yielded a list of action items. What the message required was not action. It was something closer to acknowledgement, the quiet, private recognition that there was a person in Lisbon who had sent her a message about a cafe on the Rue du Seculo, and that this person's continued existence in her life was something she had chosen, repeatedly, over many years, not out of sentiment, but out of the specific and unexamined conviction that Maren was evidence of something she was not ready to name. She thought about the routing anomaly. The second principle. The expanded sublayer. She thought about the way Cael had annotated the routing comparison, the note that said one of the methodology signatures is cleaner than the other, start there, and the specific economy of it, the precision of someone who understood how she read and had calibrated his output to match, and whether that was a professional habit or something that had developed specifically in the context of this job, this person, and whether the distinction mattered. She thought about the fact that she was sitting in a locked bathroom thinking about both of these things at once, and that both threads were, she was increasingly aware, about the same question. What she did with evidence that cost her something to act on. Maren had been evidence, 8 years ago, that some connections were worth the cost. She had acted on this evidence slowly and with enormous reluctance and had found, across 8 years of slow and reluctant action, that it had not destroyed her. That Maren had not weaponized her visibility, or exploited her trust, or done any of the things that a person could do when they knew the version of you that existed before the competence was a performance rather than a condition. She had found that Maren had simply remained. She unlocked the bathroom door, turned off the fan, came back into the main room. Cael was at the table. He was reading the expanded sublayer documentation with his characteristic stillness, one hand resting open on the table, the other holding a pen he was not currently using. He did not look up when she came in. She had started, at some point she could not precisely identify, to find this grounding rather than watchful. The sightline monitoring, the exits always clocked, the pen held but not used in the way of someone whose hands preferred to be occupied while his mind was elsewhere. She had catalogued all of it in the early days as threat assessment data. She was no longer cataloging it as threat assessment data. She was cataloging it as something else, in a file that did not yet have a label. She went to the table and looked at the expanded sublayer. He had tightened the dead drop protocol for the activation sequence, added a redundancy she had not built in, and left a note in the margin. The timing window on the second trigger is too narrow if either of us is in motion. She agreed. She picked up a pen and wrote 12 hours below his note, then circled it and drew a line to the relevant clause. He looked at the circle. Wrote, agreed, below it. She put the pen down. The second principle's connection to both syndicates, she said. I want to run it through the Prefane financial architecture. There may be earlier jobs that were managed for his benefit without our employers knowing that's what they were doing. How far back? He said. 5 years minimum. 7 if the routing supports it. I'll pull the historical records in the morning. He set the pen down. The sublayer documentation is ready for review. I'll review it tonight. He looked at her. Not the assessment, look something quieter. You don't have to do it tonight. She looked back at him. The sentence sat between them in the specific way of sentences that were about more than their content, not loaded, exactly, but with the slight additional weight of something that knew its own significance. I know, she said. She pulled the documentation toward her and began to read. He went back to his own work. The safe house was quiet. The harbor sounds continued, low and consistent, and the Antwerp rain had started again against the windows. She read through the documentation twice. It was good. It was better than good. It was the architecture of two people thinking together, which had a different structural quality than the architecture of one person thinking alone. You could see the joins, but the joins were stronger than the surrounding material, which was the hallmark of well-made things generally. She found one gap. A small one. She wrote a note in the margin and passed it back. He read the note. Was still for a moment. Wrote a solution below it and passed it back. She read the solution. It was better than what she had been reaching for. She did not say this aloud. She incorporated it into the document and moved on, because this was how they worked, and she had stopped finding it remarkable in the way that you stopped finding remarkable the things you relied on. At some point past 1 in the morning, she became aware that she had been working in silence with another person for 3 hours, and that the silence had the quality of something inhabited rather than endured, and that this was so unlike her standard operational experience that she should, by rights, find it alarming. She found it, instead, useful. Accurate. Like a measurement that comes back exactly as expected. She did not examine this. She noted it and left the note without a label, beside the other notes without labels, in the file she was keeping and not looking at directly. She kept working. Across the table, he turned a page. Outside, the rain continued. Tomorrow there would be the historical records pull and the frame review in 5 days, and the second principal thread to run and Noah to check in with, and 17 other things that required management. Tonight there was the documentation and the harbor sounds and the specific quiet of a person she had not accounted for when she took this job, present across the table, turning pages in the dark. She did not respond to Marin's message until the following afternoon, from a bench outside a market in the Zurenborg district, watching Cael at a distance while he confirmed the contact and waiting for him to finish. She wrote, somewhere functional. The cafe sounds terrible. Send the address? She put the phone away and watched Cael cross the square toward her, and thought that functional was the truest thing she had said in some time. She did not examine what it was functional for. She was getting better at not examining things. She was also getting worse at it, in a way she couldn't fully account for, which was its own kind of data. Chapter 12. Noah has an opinion. The Antwerp safe house had a good table. Cael had noted this on arrival, not sentimentally, but in the way he noted anything that would affect the quality of sustained work. The surface was solid, it did not rock, it was wide enough for two people to lay out materials without overlap. He had spent 11 days at this table and had found no reason to revise his assessment. Noah had been in the safe house for approximately 20 minutes and had already developed opinions about the coffee. "This is very good," they said, to no one in particular, pouring a second cup from the pot Cael had made 40 minutes ago. "I expected worse. Safe house coffee is generally either non-existent or a punishment." Riven was not in the room. She was on a call in the bedroom with the door mostly closed, something involving the prefamed financial architecture they had been excavating since the second principal's name had surfaced, a contact she was managing with the careful, unhurried patience she brought to contacts who knew less than they thought they did. Cael was at the table, working through the Deckard documentation final assembly. He was close. One more day, perhaps two, and the documentation would be complete. He was aware of Noah moving through the space the way he was aware of most things in a room he was responsible for, peripherally, continuously, without specific attention. Noah had been granted provisional access to the safe house 3 days prior for the purposes of the sublayer coordination. They had used this access thoughtfully and had not, as far as he could determine, run any secondary agenda while inside the space, which was the minimum threshold for continuing to allow it. "You're almost done with the Deckard documentation," Noah said to the window they were now standing at. "Yes," he said. "The dating methodology is interesting. Whoever built those parliamentary archive access points did very clean work." A pause. "Was that you or her?" "Me." Noah sipped the coffee. Appeared to consider something. "You work faster when she's in the room." Cael did not respond to this. "Not in a distracted way," Noah said, clarifying to the window, in the manner of someone who had determined that the window was the appropriate conversational partner for the current topic. "In the opposite way. Like the work has a slightly different shape when there's someone nearby who can see it. Someone whose assessment of it matters." Cael continued working through the documentation. He did not look up. "I've been watching the two of you for about 2 weeks now," Noah said. "Professionally, I mean. In the context of the operation. The observation has been incidental to other things." "Has it?" he said. "The split operation in Antwerp was very clean," Noah said. "The reconvene at the Groenplatz. I happened to be in the vicinity." A small beat. "You were there first. You got a coffee you were going to drink. You didn't look for her when she came in." "No. You didn't need to look. You already knew where she'd appear." Noah turned from the window slightly, though not fully, maintaining the pretense of an address to the middle distance. "That's not a professional assessment. That's a specific kind of attention. The kind where you've stopped needing the information because you already have it." Cael set the pen down. He did not look at Noah. He looked at the documentation in front of him, which was very good and nearly complete, and required no further attention at this exact moment. "She clocked you in the first scene," Noah continued. "At the bookshop. You clocked her 30 seconds later. Neither of you looked at the other directly for the first 4 minutes. A pause that had the quality of something being considered carefully before delivery. Most people in this work stop seeing each other after a while. They see categories. Asset, threat, neutral. You've both stopped doing that with each other. Possibly some time ago." The bedroom door was mostly closed. The call was still ongoing. He could hear, not the words, but the cadence of it, the specific pace of Riven's voice when she was managing a contact who was giving her incomplete information. Noah finished their coffee. Set the cup down on the counter with the same precise, unthinking placement that Riven used. He had noticed, some days ago, that Noah had picked up this habit from proximity. He had not said anything about it. "I'm not telling you something you don't know," Noah said, still to the middle distance. "You already know all of this. You probably have a file on it." A small pause. "Does she?" He looked up then. Noah was looking at the window. Their expression was not unkind. It was the expression of someone who had assembled a picture from available evidence, and was presenting it without editorial comment, in the manner of a professional who had learned that the editorial comment was rarely the thing that landed. He looked back at the documentation. "She files things," he said. "Yes," Noah said. "I've noticed that. A beat. Does she file this?" He did not answer. Noah nodded once, as if this were an answer, which it was. They moved toward the door with the unhurried, economical motion they brought to all movement. At the threshold they paused. "The sublayer coordination is solid," they said, back to their working register, clean, practical, the voice of someone accounting for professional details. "I'll run the dead drop check tonight and confirm the activation sequence is functioning correctly. Expect a message through the usual channel by 10. "All right," he said. "Also," Noah said, "the coffee is genuinely very good. Tell her that. She'll act like she doesn't care, and then she'll make it the same way tomorrow." They left. The safe house was quieter without them. Cael sat at the good table and looked at the documentation and was aware, with a clarity that had the particular, unwelcome quality of things seen at close range rather than assessed from a safe distance, that Noah had said nothing he had not already known. He had known it since Bruges, with full and specific certainty, since before Bruges in the form of something approaching certainty, and before that in the form of something he had been filing under professional contingency, and which had run out of room in that category some time ago. He had known it the way he knew most things, completely, and without being fully certain what to do with the knowledge. The documentation. He looked at it. It was good. It was nearly complete. She would review it tonight and find the one thing he had left loose on purpose, not as a test, but because the loose element was genuinely unresolved and he wanted her read on it, and because giving her work to do on something he had built was one of the only forms of invitation he currently had available to him that was not any of the things it also was. This was, he recognized, a very complicated way to hand someone a document. He picked up the pen. She was in the next room, managing a contact with careful, unhurried patience. He worked on the documentation. He worked faster with her in the room. He had known this for a while. He had filed it and not looked at the file, which was a habit he had built across a decade and which was, he was increasingly aware, going to run out of storage. He finished the loose section. Looked at it. Left it loose. Let her find it. He went back to the beginning of the document and read it through from the start, and it was good, and she would make it better, and he was aware that this was the most significant thing he could say about another person, and that he was saying it about someone he had been contracted to kill, and that the distance between those two facts was the most important distance he had navigated in 10 years. He had navigated it by not moving. By staying still. By choosing, 17 days in a row, not to close it. He was not sure what he was choosing instead. He had a sense of it, developing slowly, the way convictions developed, not decided but accumulated. Not named but present. The bedroom door opened. She came into the main room, phone in her hand, expression in the slightly forward set it had when she had learned something that required immediate integration. "The Prefane architecture," she said. "There are 2 earlier jobs that trace back to the original principle. One in 2019, one in 2021. I have the routing confirmation." "Send it," he said. She sent it. He opened it. "Noah was here," he said. "I know. I heard the coffee." She sat down across from him and pulled the documentation toward her. Started reading. Got 3 paragraphs in and stopped. Looked at the loose section. Looked at him. "You left this open," she said. "I wanted your read." She looked at it for a moment. Then she wrote something in the margin, clean and precise, and pushed it back. He read what she'd written. It was better than anything he had reached for. It resolved the loose section and tightened 2 adjacent elements he had not known were slightly soft. He incorporated it. "Noah thinks the coffee is very good," he said. She looked at him. The expression was entirely neutral. "I'll tell the pot," she said, and went back to reading. He went back to the documentation. Across the table, she turned a page. He thought about what Noah had said about seeing categories. Asset, threat, neutral. The way it stopped, eventually, for people who stayed in this work long enough in proximity to the same person. He had stopped a while ago. He knew exactly when. He had been at a window in Bruges, reading the sidelines, and she had set a coffee cup on the windowsill beside him, and it had been exactly his temperature. He had not said anything about that either. Some things you kept. Not filed kept. The distinction, he was finding, mattered more than he had expected it to. Chapter 13. The cover story he built for both of them. She found it on day 12. Not the kill order. She would find that 2 days later, in the form of a secondary access notification on a channel she should not have been able to monitor but could, because she had built the monitoring capability into her own handler's communication infrastructure 3 years ago, quietly. With the patience of someone who understood that handler loyalty was a variable rather than a constant, and that variables required tracking. What she found on day 12 was smaller than that. It almost wasn't there at all. It required 3 separate cross-references to surface, and she made those cross-references not because she had been looking for this particular element but because she was conducting her standard daily audit of the cover story architecture, which she did every morning before anything else, the way you check the structural integrity of a building you were planning to spend the day in. It was a closed gap. Her gap. An exposure point in her section of the cover story that she had identified in the early Brussels work and flagged internally as something to address something she had been planning to close in the Decker documentation pass, which was not yet complete, which meant she had not yet closed it. It was closed. The closure was clean. Very clean, the kind of clean that came from someone who had understood the exposure mechanism at a structural level and not just patched it but addressed the underlying vulnerability, which required understanding not just what the gap was but why it existed and what it was protecting. The patch was smaller than the one she would have written. It was more elegant than the one she would have written. She sat with this for 2 days. She did not confront him. She did not adjust her operational posture. She was still cooperative, still running the daily work at the same pace, still present in exactly the ways the operation required. She was not performing normalcy. She was simply not acting on the evidence yet, which was a distinction she was precise about, because she was precise about everything, and because the evidence was not yet complete. She processed it the way she processed all complex information, from multiple angles, holding competing interpretations simultaneously, testing each for structural coherence. Interpretation 1. He had found the gap because he was good, which she had known, and closed it because closing it served the frame, which it did. A purely professional choice with no secondary meaning. She tested this. It failed on the timing. The gap had been closed before Bruges. Before anything that would have given him a professional reason to treat her exposure as something worth protecting. Before the heart interview, before the no absorption, before the sublayer. At the beginning, when they were still 2 separate operations running in parallel under the fiction of joint work. He had closed her exposure point before he had any professional reason to care whether she was exposed. Interpretation 2. He had found the gap because he was good, and closed it because closing it was the kind of thing he did, a professional instinct, a habit of thoroughness that extended naturally to the whole architecture rather than just a section of it. She tested this against everything she knew of him, which was considerable and growing. He was thorough. He was also strategic. He did not expend effort on elements that were not his responsibility unless there was a reason. He left the loose section in the Decker documentation for her to find. He calibrated what he gave her and when. He was not a man who tidied compulsively. He was a man who chose. The closure was a choice. Interpretation 3. He had closed her exposure point because he did not want her exposed. She sat with Interpretation 3 for a long time. She sat with it on the second morning, in the Zurenborg market, on the bench where she had sent Marin the message about the cafe, watching him confirm a contact across the square. She sat with it in the safe house, at the table, while he worked on the Documentation beside her, and the harbor sounds continued, and the Antwerp rain was not stopping this week and possibly not next week either. She did not confront him because confrontation was not the right instrument here. Confrontation was for facts that required response. This was not a fact that required response. This was evidence that required interpretation, and she was not yet done interpreting. On the evening of the second day, she stopped not acting on it and started simply holding it. This was different. Not acting on it was still a form of action, still a management posture, still a relationship with the evidence that kept it at a working distance. Holding it was the thing she had done with Marin's continued presence for 8 years, not managing the fact of it, not assessing it for threat, just letting it exist in her peripheral awareness as a data point about what was real. He had closed her exposure point. She let this be real. They were in the main room of the safe house, working through the final review of the expanded sublayer. It was the 23rd night of the operation. She had been counting, not because she tracked time sentimentally but because she tracked it operationally, and at some point in the last week the operational tracking had developed the additional quality of something she did not want to lose count of. He was at the table. She was at the secondary workstation. The sublayer documentation was spread between them in the organized way it was always spread, each element in its correct position, the whole structure visible and internally consistent. It was very good work. It was the best work she had done in years, and the part that was best was the part that had been built together, and she knew this, and she had stopped pretending she didn't know it. She looked at him across the table. He was reading something with the particular, absorbed focus he had in the moments when the work demanded his full attention, and he gave it completely no performance, no reserve, just a man reading a document and thinking about it. She had a clear view of his face from this angle. She looked at it. She noticed, for the first time as a conscious observation rather than a peripheral one, that he was very tired. Not visibly, he did not do visible tired, any more than she did. But there was something in the set of it, the small, accumulated weight of sustained alertness in a context that offered no safe release, that she recognized because she felt it too. They had been running at full operational capacity for 23 days. At some point full capacity became its own kind of cost. She looked back at the documentation. She thought about interpretation 3. She thought about the fact that he had spent 6 days running dark against his own handler before Bruges, which she had not known until he told her, which she had been turning over since he told her in the way she turned over pieces of evidence that were accurate but not yet placed. 6 days. He had been running dark for 6 days before the thing in Bruges that she was not thinking about in daylight, which meant he had been making the choice before he had any reason that she could identify from the outside. She could not identify the reason from the outside. She was increasingly certain the reason was not identifiable from the outside. That it was the kind of reason that existed in the space between what a person did and what they could justify professionally, in the space that Marin occupied, in the space that the closed exposure point occupied. She thought about what it cost him. Not emotionally, she was not naive about the limits of what she could assess about another person's interior. Operationally, the exposure. Running dark against the handler was insubordination of a kind that could not be fully undone. The bridge was marked, even if it hadn't been burned yet. He had walked onto a marked bridge 6 times in a row and made the same choice each time. She thought about the fact that she had made her own version of the same choice on day 11 and had been explaining it to herself in professional language ever since, and that the professional language had, sometime around day 17, stopped being adequate. He looked up from the document. She was looking at the sublayer documentation. She had been looking at it for 3 seconds without reading it, which was a tell she corrected immediately. "There's a timing conflict in the second activation pathway," she said, because there was, she had just seen it, and because naming it was accurate and not a deflection exactly but a useful coincidence. He looked. Found it. "The 12-hour window we added is creating a gap if the first trigger fires within 48 hours of deployment. We need a conditional," she said. They built the conditional together, working through it in the clean, low-friction way they work through everything now. The conditional took 20 minutes. It was correct. She looked at it. So did he. The cover story protects both of us, she said. Not because she had decided to say it arrived, and she said it, in the flat, precise way she said things that were simply true. The way it's built. The exposure points. The whole secondary architecture. He looked at her. Not just the frame, she said. The subframe. The elements that are our protection, not the operations. You built those that way. He was very still. Not the processing stillness, the other kind. The kind that came before a decision about what to say. The frame needed to hold, he said. The frame needed to hold for the operation, she said. You built it to hold for us. The sentence sat between them in the particular way that true things sat between people who were not in the habit of speaking them directly. She did not look away from it. She had found, recently, that she was becoming less willing to look away from things she had previously filed at a distance, and she was not certain whether this was a structural change or a temporary condition, and she was not, at this moment, examining it closely enough to find out. He did not say anything. She did not ask him to. She went back to the documentation and began the final structural review from the beginning, and he picked up the pen and began annotating the adjacent section. And the safe house was quiet except for the harbor and the rain, and neither of them said anything else about it. But she did not file it. She held it instead, in the peripheral place where she held Marin's continued presence, and the coffee on the Bruges windowsill, and the 12 unexamined days of a man choosing not to do the thing he had been sent to do. It sat there. Present. Real. She kept working. She was, she thought, going to have to find a new category for things that were too real to file. She did not yet have a name for the category. She thought she might be building one. Chapter 14: What Brussels Looks Like Clean. They went back to Brussels for the final walkthrough. This was the correct sequence. The frame had been built from Brussels outward, to Bruges, to Antwerp, and the final structural review required standing in the original space and confirming that the architecture held from the inside. That the story, tested against the actual geography of the crime, held together the way a well-made thing held together, without seams, without stress points, without the particular invisible fragility of a structure that looked complete but had been hurried at a joint. They had not hurried any of the joints. They took the train from Antwerp on a grey Tuesday morning, the same line, in reverse, that Cael had taken from Amsterdam to Brussels 26 days ago, though he did not think about this except briefly and in the way that you registered a symmetry without assigning it meaning. The carriage was half empty. She read the final evidence summary. He read the Decker documentation in its completed form, which he had finished at 2 a.m., and which he was now reading with the cold eye of someone trying to break it rather than the invested eye of someone who had built it. He could not break it. This was satisfying in the way that well-made things were satisfying, not with pride exactly, but with the quiet, complete contentment of a function performed correctly. She put the summary down when they were 40 minutes out from Brussels. Did not say anything about it. He did not ask. Her putting it down meant she had found it sufficient, and her not saying anything meant she had found it better than sufficient, and was not going to tell him so directly, which was her version of a compliment, and which he had learned to receive in its actual currency rather than its stated denomination. Brussels received them the same way it had received them 26 days ago, without noting them, without adjustment, with the broad, tolerant indifference of a city that had been hosting people with reasons not to be noted since before either of them was born. The walkthrough took 3 hours. They moved through the evidence frame in sequence, from the Fane flat now officially sealed and scheduled for reletting in 6 weeks, the federal case closed, the cardiac event narrative received and archived without significant challenge through the secondary locations, the cafe where Hart had seen Deckert, the transit routes of the 6-hour window, the building across the canal with its third-floor flat whose resident had been quietly and thoroughly interviewed by the federal team and had confirmed, with complete sincerity, that they had seen nothing, because the relocation of their memory had been one of Riven's more elegant early pieces of work and had held without any further management required. He walked and she walked, and they checked each element against the documentation and against each other's read, and they found two things to adjust: a timestamp inconsistency in the secondary financial record dating that required a single correction, and a statement in the Federal Interview Archive that was marginally inconsistent with the Deckard sub-narrative, and needed a contextual note added to the file that would explain the inconsistency as the understandable confusion of a witness, recalling a peripheral detail 2 weeks after the fact. Neither adjustment was significant. Both adjustments were necessary. They made them without discussion. 0 errors. They stood in the Excel street outside the famed building at the end of the walk-through, in the early afternoon light, which was thin and sideways in the October way, and looked at the building. It looked like every other building on the street. It looked, from the outside, like nothing had happened here. This was the point. This was the art of it. He thought about Riven's Chapter 1 not as a memory, because he hadn't been there, but as the picture he had assembled from everything he knew of her. Her at 2 a.m. in a white bathroom, working alone, returning a room to neutral with the patient efficiency of someone who had stopped finding this remarkable. He thought about the job she had done in that room before he had been any part of this, and the job they had done together over 26 days, and the difference between them, which was not a difference in quality but in texture, the specific texture of work that was not done alone. He thought about missing the job. He had thought about it first in the final Brussels walkthrough briefing, when the evidence architecture had been complete, and they had sat in silence in the borrowed office, and he had looked at the finished frame and had the thought, unwelcome and specific, that he was going to miss this. He had filed it and closed the file. He opened the file now. He was going to miss this. Not the work he would do, other work, had always done other work, would find other problems to bring to precise and careful resolution. He was going to miss the specific quality of this. The texture. The frictionless way of sharing a problem with a person whose methods completed rather than complicated his own. The silence at 4 a.m. in a Bruges kitchen that was a different kind of silence from any other he had inhabited. The coffee on the windowsill. The margins of the Deckard documentation, full of her handwriting in small, precise capitals that looked like decision-making, looked written down. He was going to miss her. He allowed this thought its full presence for the first time. It was not a comfortable thought. It had the specific, unwelcome weight of true things that arrived later than they should have, not because he hadn't known, but because he had been managing the knowing at a distance, filing it as contingency, giving it every category except the real one. She was standing beside him, looking at the building. Her hands were in her jacket pockets, which was unusual. She typically kept them visible. A rare concession to weather rather than operational habit. Antwerp had been cold and Brussels was colder, and she had been in motion for 26 days without anything that could be reasonably called rest, and he thought about the tiredness he had seen in the Antwerp safe house, the accumulated weight of sustained alertness, and thought that she was probably not aware of how visible it was from the outside. She would not have let it be visible if she'd known. He did not tell her. "The documentation will be transmitted tonight," she said. "Tonight," he agreed. "The Deckard element is clean." "Yes." Noah's timing estimate was 3 to 4 weeks before the original principal notices the sublayer. "We've had 26 days to reach this point. We're within the window." "We're within the window," he said. She looked at the building for another moment. Then she looked at him, the level, direct look, the one that was not threat assessment, and was not the evaluative check-in, and was not any of the categories he had mapped for her in the early days, because it was the one that had developed without a category being available for it. "It's good work," she said. He held her gaze. The Brussels afternoon was thin and cold around them, and the street was occupied by the ordinary business of a city that had already forgotten them, and she was looking at him with the specific directness of someone who had decided to say the true thing rather than the adjacent one. "It is," he said. She looked back at the building. He looked at it too. They stood there for a moment longer than was strictly necessary, which was, he thought, the closest either of them was currently able to come to naming what they were standing inside. Then she said, "The final transmission. We should go." "We should go," he agreed. They left the street the way they always left spaces, separately, by different routes, at a staggered interval. He walked to the train station through the Excel streets, which were wet and ordinary and completely indifferent to him, and he thought about the frame they had built, which was complete and correct and would hold for years, and about the job he was going to miss, and about the woman he was going to miss it with, and about what came after a completed job when both parties had been contracted to eliminate the other, and neither had done so, and both handlers were still, as far as the official record showed, operating under the assumption that their respective assets were on schedule. He thought about what came after. He did not have an answer. He had a direction. He had been moving in it, quietly, without fully committing to the name of it, for some time. At the station, waiting for the Antwerp train, he sat on a bench and looked at the departures board and thought that the frame was complete, and the job was almost done, and that almost was doing considerable work in that sentence. He thought about the word almost. He thought about what it would mean when she heard it. He bought a coffee he didn't finish and got on the train and watched Brussels recede through the window, and did not let himself think further ahead than tonight, because tonight there was still work to do and he was still, at baseline, a professional. He was finding, as he had been finding for some time now, that this was both entirely true and insufficient. He drank the coffee. He watched Belgium go past. He thought about what comes after almost, and did not find the answer on the train, and did not expect to. He expected to find it in a room. With her. Soon. Chapter 15 Almost. The safe house was the third one they had used. Not a Brussels address, a rented flat in a neighborhood that had no particular relationship to the job, chosen because it had no particular relationship to anything, which was the only requirement that mattered at this stage. Neutral walls. 2 windows, both manageable. The kind of place that received you without record and would forget you with the same efficiency. They had been here for 2 days. The documents were nearly done burning. She fed them to the flame in the steel bowl on the table, corner to corner, the way she did everything with the patience of someone who had never once believed the world would do her any favors and had learned to be thorough because thoroughness was the only thing that couldn't be taken from her. Each document burned completely. She waited for the ash to settle before she fed the next one. This was not sentimentality. This was method. Cael was at the window. He had been at the window for 40 minutes. She knew this not because she was tracking him with specific attention but because she tracked everything in a space she occupied, automatically, the way she breathed. He had been at the window for 40 minutes, and he had not looked at her in that time. And she knew what this meant because she had learned him over 27 days with the same thorough, patient attention she brought to every problem that mattered. When Cael stopped watching her, it was not because he had stopped paying attention. It was because he already knew what he was going to see. She fed the last document to the flame. Watched it take. Watched it go. The ash settled. "We're done," she said. "Almost," he said. The word landed wrong. She felt it before she understood it, the half-second of animal awareness, the body registering something the mind had not yet translated. Not threat exactly. Something adjacent. The specific quality of a sentence that had a different meaning than its words. She turned. He was holding his phone. The screen faced her. She crossed the room. Took it. Read it. She read it once. She read it again. She set her face into something that gave nothing away, because she was very good at that, because she had been very good at that for 9 years, and she would be very good at it right now, and she would manage what came after this with the same precision she managed everything, and she would not. Her photograph. Her real name. Not the alias she had given him. The real one. The one that did not exist in any database she had not scrubbed herself. The one she had not spoken aloud since Barcelona. The syndicate's seal. A price. His price. Below it. She read the price. She looked at the screen for a moment longer than she needed to. "When did you get this?" she said. 3 weeks ago," he said. "Before the job started." 3 weeks ago. She did the math in the way that was not really math, it was memory, laid flat and reread. 3 weeks ago was before she knew his name in any context other than a file. Before the hotel bar in Brussels. Before the first meeting. Before Bruges and the Hart interview and Noah in the bookshop and 27 days of work that was the best work she had done in years. Before all of it. Then why am I still alive? She said. He finally looked at her. His eyes were the color of sea glass. She had noted this on day one and had been noting it, intermittently and against her considered preference, ever since. In the low light of the safe house they were difficult to read, which was generally true of him, and which she had stopped finding frustrating because she had started being able to read them anyway, by methods that were not any of the ones she would have applied to anyone else. Right now they were asking her something. I was hoping, he said, you could tell me the same thing about me. She looked at him for a moment. Then she reached into her jacket and took out her secondary device. She opened Dita's encrypted channel, the one she had been able to access since day 11, when the secondary access notification had surfaced, and she had understood what it meant, and had spent 3 days sitting with the understanding before she did anything with it. She found the message she had not responded to, and had not deleted. She turned the screen toward him without speaking. His photograph. His real name. Not any alias, the real one. Her employer's seal. And below it, a price that was higher than hers. She watched him read it. She watched him do the same math she had done, the specific, rapid reordering of a timeline, events placed against the discovery, the calculation of what had been known and when and what choices had been made in full possession of that knowledge. She had made her own version of this calculation. She had made it on day 11, when she found the order, and she had sat with it for 3 days. She had thought, in those 3 days, about what she was going to do. She had done nothing. And every day after day 11 she had done nothing again, which was a different thing, not an action but repeated choice, 17 choices in 17 days, each one the same, each one more deliberate than the last. He set her phone on the windowsill. Screen up. Not hiding it. She noted this. I neutralized my handler's access 3 days in, he said. I've been running dark since Bruges. She stared at him. 3 days in. She did the calculation. Bruges was day 9. He had spent 6 days running dark against his own handler before Bruges. 6 days before anything that she could point to from the outside and call a reason. 6 days. 6 mornings? 6 separate moments when he had possessed the kill order with her name on it, and her photograph and her real name, and had chosen, with the specific, quiet deliberateness of a man who did not do things without deciding to do them, not to. She thought about what that cost. Operationally. The marked bridge. The insubordination. The exposure that came from cutting your handler's access with no cover story and no plausible deniability. She thought about how much it cost a man like him to do something he could not explain professionally. She looked at him across the safe house. He looked back. This is an extraordinarily stupid situation, she said. Yes, he said. It is. We are both now targets of our respective employers. Also, yes. With no institutional backing, no safe exit protocol, and enough shared intelligence on each other to make us mutually assured destruction for the next decade. Accurate, he said. She looked at him for a long time. He held the look with the steadiness she had catalogued from the beginning, not performing calm, simply calm, in the way of someone who had processed his panic long ago. She had once found this quality professionally alarming. She found it now, with the directness of something that had stopped being a peripheral observation, something else entirely. I want 60%, she said. A beat. 55, he said immediately. You don't even know what I'm proposing. You're proposing we burn both syndicates to the ground using the evidence from this case as leverage, disappear the assets before they can retaliate, and establish independent operations using the political cover we just spent 3 weeks building. He looked at her. Something in his expression was different from anything she had seen in 27 days. Steadier. Quieter. The expression of a man who has made a decision and is no longer managing the fact of having made it. 60. 55, she said. 58, he said. Done, she said. She meant the percentage. She meant everything adjacent to the percentage. She was aware that she meant both, and that they were both aware of this, and that neither of them was going to say so directly, because directly was not the language they spoke in, and because what they were doing instead was more binding than anything that could be said directly. She went to the table and sat down and began to work. After a moment, he came and sat across from her. They had 4 hours before the evidence packages needed to be ready. They started. Chapter 16: The Mirror. He had been looking at her for 30 seconds before she turned the screen toward him. Not because he needed to see it, he knew what was on it. He had known the moment she reached for the device, the particular quality of her movement, not threat response, not countermeasure. The specific, deliberate reach of someone producing evidence they have been carrying for some time and have decided, finally, to lay down. He read his photograph first. Then his name. Not the operational alias, the actual one, the one that did not appear in any database he had not personally seeded. He read it the way he read everything that mattered, once, completely, and then again from a different angle, looking not at the content but at the structure. At what the structure meant about the person who had built it. Dita Vasa's methodology was visible in the architecture, the same way Gregor's was visible in his own order. The handlers had been coordinated. Not explicitly, coordination would have left a trace that the syndicate's respective compliance operations would have found and flagged. Implicit coordination, 2 handlers reaching the same professional conclusion about 2 assets who had stopped being useful separately, and might be deployed one final time against each other. The price below his name was higher than hers. He watched her read this. Watched the fraction of a second in which something moved behind her eyes, not offense, not quite, but the specific reaction of a woman who had a precise relationship with being undervalued and found it, in this particular form, briefly and involuntarily funny. He found this specific fraction of a second more than he could reasonably account for. He let it pass. The price differential, she said. I know. It's offensive. It is, he said. I'm almost sorry. The corner of her mouth moved. Not a smile, the approach to one, redirected before it arrived, because she had remembered where they were and what the screen between them contained and had returned to the work of it. He watched the redirect happen and filed it with the rest of them, in the extensive file he was no longer pretending he wasn't keeping. She set his phone on the table beside her own. Both screens up. Both orders visible. She looked at them for a moment, not at either one specifically, but at the fact of them together, the specific geometry of 2 kill orders laid parallel on a rented table in a safe house that had been chosen to forget everything. 3 weeks ago, she said. Before Brussels. Before Brussels, he confirmed. And you ran dark on day 3? Yes. She looked at him. The direct look, not assessment, not check-in, not any of the categories. The look that had been developing since Bruges, and had no category because it didn't need one. It was simply her, looking at him, with the full and unmanaged attention of a woman who had decided to stop filing the things she was looking at. Day 3, she said. That was before the hotel bar. The hotel bar was day 1, he said. Day 3 was the Fein briefing room. The morning you were already there when I arrived at 8:29. She was very still. She was doing the calculation, he could see it happening, the same rapid reordering he had done when she showed him the order. Timeline laid flat, events re-examined in light of a new organizing fact. She was reading the timeline the way she read everything, thoroughly, structurally, with the patient attention of someone who did not trust conclusions until they had verified the premises. The premise, in this case, was that he had been running dark since day 3. That he had cut his handler's access before the hotel bar, before the Fein scene, before Bruges and Noah and the sublayer and the Antwerp covered market. Before any of it. Before he had any reason he could explain to anyone, including himself. He had explained it to himself in the early days as professional instinct, the specific alertness of a man who understood that Gregor's instruction set had a secondary agenda visible to anyone paying the right kind of attention. He had explained it to himself as tradecraft, control the information architecture early, before the operation develops its own logic. He had stopped explaining it to himself around day 6, when he had examined the explanations carefully and found them insufficient. He had not found a better explanation. He had simply continued making the choice, each morning, in the specific way that choices accumulated into a position you eventually had to name. 6 days, she said. You had 6 days running dark before Bruges. Yes. 6 days with a kill order and no handler access. Yes. She looked at him. Why? She said. It was the only question that mattered. He had been aware, across 27 days of careful non-examination, that this question was waiting at the end of the decision accumulation, and that answering it honestly would require a kind of honesty he had not offered anyone in 10 years, and that she was the only person he had met in those 10 years to whom offering it felt like a reasonable risk. Because the file on you had scrub marks, he said, and I wanted to know what was underneath them. She looked at him. That's not an operational answer, she said. No, he said. It isn't. The safe house was quiet around them. Both phones on the table, screens up, 2 sets of evidence either of them had acted on. The ash in the steel bowl from the burned documents. The work they had done together for 27 days visible in the cleanliness of the space, no loose threads, no exposure points, nothing that would come back. Nothing except themselves. Day 11, she said. He waited. I found the secondary access notification on Dita's channel on day 11. I had built the monitoring capability 3 years ago. A pause. Not a hesitation, precision. She was choosing what to say with the same care she brought to everything. I sat with it for 3 days. I know, he said. She looked at him sharply, the first sharp thing he had seen from her in days, which told him the sharpness was real and not performed. You knew. Not that you had found it. That you had found something. Your operational pattern shifted on day 14. Slightly. You would not have noticed the shift from the inside. He held her gaze. I noticed it from the outside. She looked at him for a long moment. The expression was not readable in any of the categories he had built for her in the early days. It was beyond them. You didn't adjust, she said. No. If you had known I'd found the order, I would have done the same thing, he said. I was doing it already. The silence between them was not the professional silence, and not the working silence, and not the Bruges silence, which had been the most significant silence he had inhabited in years. It was something new. The silence of 2 people who had been moving toward a conversation for 27 days and had arrived at it in a room that would forget them and were finding, in the arriving, that it was not the conversation they had been managing. It was simpler than that. The sublayer holds, she said. The sublayer holds. He agreed. We are both targets. We have no institutional backing. We have enough on each other to be permanently dangerous to each other. She looked at the 2 phones. And we have the entire evidence architecture of the Fane case, which implicates both syndicates, he said. Both handlers. The original principal. The 7th party. He looked at her. It's enough. It's enough, she said. For leverage. For a clean burn, if we build it correctly. A pause. I want 60%. He had been waiting for this since approximately day 17. Not this exact sentence, but the shape it would take when it arrived. The way she would frame it. The particular precision of it, the proposal embedded in a number, the invitation encoded as negotiation. 55. He said. You don't even know what I'm proposing. You're proposing we burn both syndicates to the ground using the evidence from this case as leverage, disappear the assets before they can retaliate, and establish independent operations using the political cover we just spent 3 weeks building. She looked at him. Something in her face, the particular stillness of it, the quality of attention behind it shifted in a way he felt more than saw, the way you felt a change in pressure before you understood what it meant. 60. She said. 55. 58. Done, he said. She went to the table and sat down, pulled the secondary laptop toward her and opened the evidence architecture. He came and sat across from her. The steel bowl held cold ash. Both phones were still on the table. Either of them moved them. He looked at the evidence architecture. So did she. And then they began, together, to build the thing that came after almost. Chapter 17 Noah's Third Agenda. The anomaly had been sitting in a closed file for 11 days. She had first noted it in Bruges, in the third pass read of Noah's financial records, a routing sequence that did not fit the seventh party's established methodology. She had filed it then as incomplete evidence, a thread without enough context to pull. She had returned to it twice since, once in Antwerp, once on the Brussels train, and each time the context had been insufficient, and she had put it back. On the morning of day 29, she had enough context. She was in the main room of the safe house, laptop open, the evidence architecture spread across the screen in the layered format they had been using since Antwerp. Cael was in the bedroom with the door open, on a call that she could hear at the cadence level, not the words, just the rhythm, and identifying as a contact confirmation rather than a handler contact, because handler contacts had a different register, flatter and more careful, and this was the voice he used with people he was running rather than people running him. She opened the anomalous routing sequence. She ran it against the methodology signatures they had catalogued for the seventh party, the original principal, and the 6 known interested parties. No match, as before. She ran it against the pre-feigned financial architecture from 2019 and 2020, the 2 earlier jobs they had traced back to the original principal. Partial match on 2019. Not the methodology exactly, but the underlying structure of it, the specific way a routing chain had been assembled to obscure its origin while maintaining functional traceability for the party who built it. It was a professional signature. Not the seventh party's professional signature. Someone who had taught the seventh party their methodology, or from whom the seventh party had borrowed it. She ran it against Noah's client profile. She sat very still for a moment. Then she ran it again, because she did not act on first reads of things that had this kind of weight, and because the architecture of what she was looking at was complex enough that a second pass was not paranoia but precision. It held. She looked at the screen. Looked at the routing chain. Looked at the client profile. Noah's client, the party who had contracted Noah to recover the second record set and deliver it, and then, presumably, to become a liability to be addressed, had not discovered Fane's usefulness after the fact. They had manufactured it. They had spent 4 years positioning Fane as a useful node in a financial network they controlled, with the specific, patient investment of someone building an asset they intended eventually to cash in. And then they had cashed him in. Not because Fane had become inconvenient, but because Fane had become sufficient. The information architecture he had accumulated across 4 years was precisely what they had built him to accumulate, and when it was complete, they had removed him and moved to recover the records through a freelance operative who would then also be removed. The joint operation, the cover story, the frame, the 29 days of careful construction was not a response to Fane's murder. It was the final stage of it. The joint operation existed to bury the crime inside a structure so thorough that the party who had engineered it would never surface in any investigation, because the investigation's conclusions had been built into the cover story from the beginning. She and Cael had spent 29 days constructing the architect's alibi. She sat with this for 4 minutes. She knew it was 4 minutes because she was tracking time with the automatic precision she always tracked it, and 4 minutes was the longest she had held operational information without acting on it since day 11, when she had found the kill order and sat with it for 3 days. 4 minutes was not 3 days. The comparison told her something about herself she did not pursue. She closed the laptop. Got up. Went to the bedroom doorway. Cael was finishing the call, the last exchange, the confirmation sequence, and then he put the phone down and looked at her. He read her face. She did not know exactly what he read there, but whatever it was made him set the phone on the table and wait. Noah's client, she said. The routing anomaly I found in Bruges. Yes, he said. It's not a subcontractor, and it's not a second principal. She came into the room. turned the laptop toward him. She had carried it from the table without noticing she had done this. The habitual reach for shared evidence that had replaced the habitual reach for distance sometime around week 2. It's Noah's client directly. The methodology signature is theirs. They built the financial architecture that made Fane valuable. They built him as a mechanism. The murder was the collection event. He looked at the screen. Read the routing chain. Read the methodology comparison. They used the joint operation, he said. We built their defense, she said. The frame we constructed is airtight precisely because it points to Deckard as the actor and the 6 interested parties as the beneficiaries. Noah's client sits behind all of it and is visible to no one. He sat with this. The specific quality of his stillness was different from his processing stillness. It was the stillness of a man who had arrived at a conclusion and was confirming it before he named it, checking it from every angle the way she checked things, which was a habit she had recognized in him early and had found, against expectation, more reassuring than threatening. The sublayer, he said. The sublayer targets the 7th party, she said. Who is a managed asset? If the trigger fires, the evidence surfaces against the mechanism, not the engineer. We need to rebuild it, he said. We need to rebuild the targeting, she said. The architecture itself is sound. The evidence we hold, the second record set, the routing chains, the methodology signatures points directly to the client if assembled correctly. We've had it the whole time. We didn't know what we were assembling. He looked at her. Noah knew, she said. Or knew enough. They declined to name the client because they said we'd trust it more from the evidence. She considered this. They were correct. I trust it more from the evidence. I also need to have a conversation with them about the definition of full disclosure. After we rebuild the targeting, he said. After we rebuild the targeting. She agreed. She pulled the laptop back and opened the evidence architecture. He came and sat across from her. Neither of them said anything about the fact that this was the same arrangement as every significant working session since Brussels, the same positions, the same partition of the problem space. She thought briefly that they had done this enough times now that it had the quality of something settled, not habit, which was passive, but practice, which was chosen. She opened the methodology comparison and placed it beside the routing chain documentation. The original architecture stands, she said. The Deckard element, the 6-party frame, the federal record. None of that changes. We had a second trigger separate from the dead drop with Noah, held by either of us. He was looking at the documentation. A sealed channel. Timed release. If both of us go dark simultaneously, the evidence pushes to a third-party recipient without requiring Noah's activation. A journalist, she said. Not Voss is compromised. Someone outside the current evidence frame with the professional credibility to publish and the operational distance to be safe. I have someone in Prague, he said. She looked at him. I've had them for 3 years, he said. Clean. They've held material for me before, without opening it, and published it when I triggered the release. They don't know my name and I don't know theirs. We communicate through a protocol that survives both of our absences. Send me the protocol. He did. She read it. It was, as she had come to expect from everything he built, clean and considerably more elegant than she would have constructed from different materials. She annotated 2 points and sent it back. He read the annotations. Made a small sound, not agreement exactly, but the particular register of a man who has encountered a solution better than the one he had and is noting this without resistance, the way she noted it when it happened in the opposite direction, which was with the clean, private satisfaction of a system working correctly. They rebuilt the sublayer targeting over the course of 2 hours. It was careful, dense work. The evidence had to be packaged in a way that was legible to a journalist with no intelligence background while remaining legally protected under at least 2 European jurisdictions, and it had to survive both time and the specific, predictable legal countermoves that a party with resources would deploy when the evidence surfaced. She built the legal architecture. He built the publication package. They checked each other's work and found 3 places to tighten and 0 places to dispute. At the end of it she said, "The sublayer revision changes our timeline." "How much?" 2 days. Noah needs to be read in on the client identification. They will need to adjust their position before we proceed with any transmission. She looked at the rebuilt architecture on the screen. "And we need to know what Noah already knew." "They knew enough to keep their distance from naming it," he said. "They presented it as a matter of building trust from evidence." "That may be accurate." "It may be," she said. "It may also be that they were protecting a professional relationship with someone they hadn't yet decided to fully burn." She looked at him. "Noah's first loyalty is to Noah. This is not a criticism. It is accurate, and we should have a clear picture of where that loyalty sits before we proceed." "Agreed," he said. She closed the laptop. The evidence architecture was saved and encrypted and distributed across 3 separate drives, which was how they stored everything of consequence, never in one place, never accessible from a single point of failure. She had built this distribution protocol in the first week, and he had added a redundancy layer in the 3rd week, and it was now the most secure evidence chain she had ever personally maintained. "I'll contact Noah," she said. "I'll come," he said. She looked at him. There was, briefly, an argument available. Noah was her contact in the sense that she had written the original terms, had managed the primary relationship, that a single contact was cleaner than a paired one. She considered the argument. Set it down. "All right," she said. It was, she noted, the 3rd time in the last week she had set down an argument she could have made and chosen the alternative without the argument feeling like a concession. She noted this without a label and put it in the file with the other notes that did not have labels, which was getting crowded. She thought she should probably look at the file soon. She would look at it when they were not in the middle of something, which was the same logic she had been applying since Bruges, and which she suspected was going to run out of operational cover before she was ready for it. She went to find her jacket. Outside, the city was doing what it did at midday, being ordinary with the absolute, uninterested completeness of a place that had decided nothing happening in it was particularly remarkable. She found this, as she generally found it, optimal. She had a fixer to read in, an evidence package to rebuild, a timeline to compress by 2 days, and a client to identify to someone who might already know the name and had been choosing, for reasons of their own, not to say so. She walked toward the hotel. Behind her, she heard Cael fall into step. She did not slow down or speed up. They moved at the same pace without discussing it, the way they did everything now, without discussion, without concession, without the slight, constant management friction of 2 separate operations running in parallel. This was, she thought, what it felt like when something had already been decided and the decision had not yet been named. She did not name it. But she stopped pretending she didn't know what it was. Chapter 18. Gregor makes his move. The asset's name was Petra Vorel. Cael had worked alongside her once, 4 years ago, on a documentation job in Vienna that had required 2 operators and had gone without incident because Petra Vorel did not produce incidents. She was 44, Hungarian by birth and Czech by operation, and she had the specific professional quality that Gregor valued above almost everything else in his stable. She was reliable in the way of someone who had never once in her career allowed personal opinion to complicate a professional directive. She was also very good at surveillance that did not look like surveillance. He identified her on the 2nd morning after the conversation with Noah. He had been running his standard counter-surveillance rotation since they had moved to the current safe house, the triangle of 3 routes through the surrounding streets, that he varied each day in pattern but not in coverage, because consistent coverage of inconsistent routes was the only method that reliably detected both static and mobile surveillance. He ran it at 7 a.m. before anything else, before coffee, before the day's first exchange with Riven, because some habits were structural and this was one of them. At the 2nd corner of the 2nd route on the 2nd morning, he passed a woman reading a map on a bench. She was reading it correctly. This was the tell. Tourists in an unfamiliar city did not hold maps correctly. They held them at wrong angles, rotated them to match their direction of travel, looked between the map and the street with the specific confusion of someone reconciling a two-dimensional representation with three-dimensional reality. The woman on the bench was holding the map at the precise angle and orientation of someone who was not using it for navigation, who had deployed it as a prop with enough professional care to hold it correctly but not enough local knowledge to know that this particular corner did not require a map because the street names were visible and large. He walked past without adjusting his pace. He circled the block. Came back on the parallel street. Saw her from a different angle. Petra Vorel. Slightly older, slightly different haircut. The same quality of physical stillness she had always had, the kind that read as ordinary unless you were looking for it, and then read as something else entirely. Gregor. Of course Gregor. He had known, with a professional certainty that came from understanding how a handler thought, that Gregor would not remain passive indefinitely. Running dark created a particular kind of pressure inside a handler's operational picture, not immediate alarm, because a dark asset could be explained by circumstance, by communication failure, by the operational complexity of a joint operation in which your asset was working alongside someone else's handler. But sustained dark over 3 weeks accumulated into something that required investigation. Gregor had sent Petra Vorel to investigate. Which meant Gregor was uncertain, not alarmed. An alarmed Gregor would have sent a termination asset, not a surveillance one. An uncertain Gregor was checking his investment before he made a decision about it. Cael had perhaps 48 hours before the check became a conclusion. He went back to the safe house. Riven was at the table, working through the finalized evidence packages, the clean copies, encrypted and ready for distribution, each one packaged for a specific recipient with a specific activation condition. She looked up when he came in. Read his face with the compressed speed she had developed for reading him, which was faster now than it had been in week 1 by a factor he had been tracking with something that was not pride exactly but was in that neighborhood. Gregor, he said. She was very still for 1 second. Then she went back to the evidence package in front of her, finished the encryption step she had been in the middle of, and set it down. Asset or handler contact? She said. Asset. Petra Vorel. Surveillance grade, not termination. Description. He gave it. She listened. How long has she been on the perimeter? Unknown. I identified her this morning. She was correctly positioned for a second day of coverage, which suggests she was there yesterday as well, and I missed the first day. She looked at him. This was not a criticism, she was reading what it cost him to say it, the specific quality of a professional acknowledging a professional error. The counter-surveillance rotation, she said. I run a triangle. She was on the 3rd corner the first day, the corner I cover last. If she rotated off before I reached it. He stopped. The mechanics were clear enough. I should have extended the rotation. Yes, she said. Not as a rebuke. As a fact. I'm extending it as of tomorrow. Tomorrow may not be available, she said. If she's been on the perimeter 2 days, she's already compiled enough to report. Gregor will have her initial assessment by tonight. She looked at the evidence packages. How long until the packages are ready for transmission? The Prague contacts package needs 1 more pass. 6 hours. The Noah-held trigger? Ready as of yesterday's rebuild. She thought. He watched her think the slightly forward set of her face when she was running logistics, testing each element against the others for timing conflicts and stress points. She was very fast at this. She had always been very fast at it, and he had stopped being surprised by the speed, which meant it had become something he relied on. We need to move the safe house tonight, she said. Before Vorel's report reaches Gregor. Moving creates exposure, he said. She'll observe the move. She'll report it. She'll report that we moved. She won't know where we moved to. Riven looked at the packages on the table. And if we move correctly, she won't be able to follow. The Prague contacts package. 6 hours, she said. We work the package to completion, we move tonight, we transmit from the new location. A pause. Is there anyone on Dita's side we need to account for? He looked at her. This was the first time she had asked him to run an assessment on a threat from her handler's operation. The first time she had extended the boundary of what was ours to cover and included her exposure in the we. He filed it. "I haven't seen Dita's signature on any surveillance in the perimeter," he said. "Dita's methodology is different from Gregor's. She uses infrastructure rather than personnel. Cameras, data intercepts, access monitoring. If she's watching through channels rather than agents. I swept the digital perimeter this morning," Riven said. "Clean. Whatever Dita knows, she's not currently reaching for us actively. Gregor is reaching," he said. "Which means we have a tighter window. Then let's close the package," she said, and opened the Prague contact documentation. They worked through the afternoon with the specific efficiency that had developed between them over 30 days, not speed exactly, but the absence of friction. No doubled effort, no conflicting decisions, no pause at the junction points where two separate approaches would have required negotiation. They had stopped needing to negotiate most things a week ago. He did not know exactly when, only that at some point the negotiation had been replaced by something that did not have a professional name. At 4 in the afternoon, he went out to confirm Petra Vorel's current position. She had moved. She was now on the building's northeast corner, which gave her the entrance and the primary exit simultaneously, which meant she had reassessed the surveillance geometry and was preparing for a departure observation rather than an entry one. She had concluded, from whatever she had gathered in 2 days, that they were close to moving. She was correct. She was also, from the northeast corner, visible from a building across the street with a service entrance that Cael had identified on arrival day. He went back to the safe house and told Riven. "How long to get out clean?" she said. 40 minutes. If we leave the evidence packages in place and collect them from the secondary location. The packages don't leave my hands, she said. He looked at her. She was looking at the table, the drives, the documents, the whole careful architecture of what they had built. Her hands were flat on the surface in the way they were when she had made a decision and was not revisiting it. 20 minutes, he said. We take everything. 20 minutes. Start now, she said. They stripped the safe house in 18 minutes. He did not time it deliberately, he did not think about it as a timed operation until afterward, when the number arrived with the clarity of something significant. 18 minutes. Every document, every drive, every piece of the evidence architecture they had been building for 30 days, packed and secured and distributed between them without doubling back, without collision, without a single wasted step. He had stripped safe houses before. It was not a remarkable skill. He had stripped them alone, and he had stripped them with partners, and he had stripped them with assets he was managing and assets who were managing him, and the texture of it varied: the friction of miscommunication, the lag of one person waiting for another, the small, constant inefficiency of two people who were not yet calibrated to each other's movement. There was no friction. There was no lag. There was no miscommunication. They moved through the space, and it responded correctly, and they were done in 18 minutes, and they left through the service entrance of the building across the street, which Cael had identified on arrival day for exactly this purpose, and they were 4 blocks away before Petra Vorel understood that the apartment she was watching had gone quiet. He clocked the moment she understood. The specific quality of stillness that meant she was recalculating. He had a view of the northeast corner from their current position, from a distance that was comfortable and anonymous. She'll report an unconfirmed departure, he said. Which tells Gregor we're operational and mobile, Riven said. Also that his surveillance window is closed. He'll make a decision, she said. Yes, he said. He will. They walked. Not fast, fast was visible. They moved at the pace of people who had somewhere to be and were not concerned about getting there, which was the pace of people who had been in enough urgent situations to understand that urgency was itself a tell. The new safe house was 3 neighborhoods away, an address Riven had identified and cleared on day 27 as a contingency, which was the kind of operational preparation he had stopped being surprised by and had started finding, in a very specific and not entirely professional way, deeply reassuring. Inside, smaller than the last. One main room, one bathroom, a window that faced an interior courtyard rather than a street, which reduced external surveillance geometry but complicated exit options. She registered all of this in the first 90 seconds of entry. He registered the same things in parallel. They did not debrief each other because they had already reached the same conclusions. He set the packages on the floor and began the completion pass on the Prague documentation. She sat across from him and opened the transmission protocol. The timing, she said. If Gregor is making a decision, he'll move within 24 hours of Vorel's report. Agreed. That moves our transmission window to tonight. The Prague package isn't finished, he said. How close? He looked at it. 2 hours. Then we have a 2-hour window before we need to start transmission. She looked at him. The particular directness of the look that had no category. Can you do it in 2 hours? He could do it in 90 minutes. He did not say this. He said, yes, and pulled the documentation toward him and began. She worked beside him through the documentation pass, not on the Prague package that was his to finish but on the sequencing of the other transmissions, the ordering and timing of each evidence package to maximize impact while minimizing the gap between the first and last transmission that could be used to interrupt or counter. The sequencing was a complex logistics problem with several competing constraints, and she was working through it with the clean, unhurried speed of someone for whom complex logistics problems were the simplest form of pleasure. He finished the Prague package in 87 minutes. He ran it once, fully, from the outside the cold read of someone who had not built it, and was seeing it for the first time, which was the only reliable way to test evidence architecture for gaps. He found none. Done, he said. She looked up. Looked at the package. Held out her hand. He passed it to her. She ran her own cold read, which took 11 minutes, because she was thorough about this and because her cold read methodology was different from his in the ways that made it a genuine second pass rather than a confirmation of his own. She passed it back. One thing, she said. She had written a note on the side of the documentation, a single-clause addition to the publication protocol, the kind of legal protection that she thought about, and he did not because they came at evidence from different foundational disciplines. Add this. He added it. Ready, he said. She looked at the sequencing on her screen. We transmit in 2 waves. The first wave goes in 40 minutes. The second wave goes 6 hours after the first, from a different connection, through a different routing architecture. She met his eyes. If anything goes wrong between the first and second wave, the first wave is sufficient, he said. The second wave is better. The first wave is sufficient. She agreed. They looked at each other across the small room, the packages between them, the 2 phones still in their respective pockets with the 2 kill orders still on the screens, undeleted, which neither of them had discussed and neither of them had addressed. He thought about Gregor making a decision 24 hours from now and finding there was nothing left to decide for. He thought about Dieter receiving the first wave of transmissions and understanding, in the specific, total way of someone who had trained the person who sent them, exactly what had been done. He thought about the word Riven had used. We. The way she had extended the boundary of the assessment, naturally, without apparent awareness that she had done it. He thought about what came after the transmission. Not the operational next steps, those were mapped and sequenced, and contained no genuine uncertainties. What came after in the sense of the question that had been accumulating since he had decided, on day 3, not to close his handler's access. The question of what came after had a different weight now than it had at the beginning. At the beginning it had been theoretical. It was not theoretical anymore. 40 minutes, he said. 40 minutes, she said. She went back to the sequencing. He looked at the Prague documentation, which was finished and correct and the best work he had done in years, and thought that finished and correct and the best work he had done in years was a description that applied to more than the documentation, and that he was going to have to do something about this eventually. He thought, eventually, was getting close. Chapter 19, Day 14. Dita's contact arrived at 6:43 in the morning, through a channel that should not have been active. Riven had built the monitoring capability 3 years ago and had never expected to need it urgently. It was contingency architecture, the kind of infrastructure she constructed in low-stakes periods against the possibility of high-stakes ones. She had maintained it with the patient, automatic maintenance of someone who understood that the value of preparation was precisely that you did not know when you would need it. She needed it now. She was in the main room of the new safe house, 3 hours into the morning's work, when the notification surfaced. She looked at it. Read it once. Read it again. She set her coffee down. The channel was active because Dita had manually overridden the dormancy protocol, not through the standard communication infrastructure but through a secondary access point that existed in the architecture of a shared operational tool both of them had used in Riven's second year of syndicate work, a legacy connection so old that neither of them should have had the access anymore. Dita had kept it. Of course she had. The message was short. Dita's messages were always short, for the same reasons Marin's were economy of expression as a professional habit. But Dita's economy came from a different place. Marin said less because she trusted that the right things would be understood. Dita said less because she had learned, across 30 years of operational work, that more words created more evidence. The message contained 2 things. A location and address in the city's administrative district, a building Riven recognized as a European finance regulatory body where either of them had any professional connection, which meant it was chosen for its neutrality rather than any operational significance. And a name. The name was in the Alfama district of Lisbon. Riven was very still for a moment. Then she was very still for a moment longer, because the first moment had not been sufficient, and she did not rush things that required her full capacity. The name was Marin. Not explicit. Dita had not written Marin. Dita had written the street address, the building number, the postal code. A Lisbon address that Dita should not have had, and that could only have come from one of 2 sources: the routing trace that appeared once in a surveillance report 4 years ago, which Riven had believed was buried, or a more recent access, which was worse. She thought about the routing trace. She had checked it twice, in the early months of the monitoring build, and had found no indication that anyone had accessed it. She had been thorough. She was always thorough. She was also thorough enough to know that thoroughness was not the same as infallible. The message did not say what Dita was going to do with the address. It did not need to. The message's function was not information. Riven understood this with the immediate clarity of a woman who had been in this work long enough to know what a message that looked like information actually was. Its function was pressure. The demonstration of access. I have found the one thing you kept. I know where it is. Whether Dita had done anything with the address, whether the access was a threat or only the performance of a threat, was not knowable from the message itself. Marin might be fine. Marin might not be fine. Riven looked at her hands. They were not on the table. She became aware of this as a fact about herself, a data point arriving from the outside rather than the inside. Her hands were not visible. She had moved them without noticing. She looked at where they had gone, tucked against her sides, pressed flat against her thighs in the way of someone holding something still that did not want to be still. She had not done this since Barcelona. She breathed. Placed both hands on the table. Looked at them. She did not reach for her phone. She did not reach for any of the operational protocols she maintained for emergency contact, the channels through which she could, in a genuine emergency, push a signal that would reach Marin without direct communication. She did not do this because reaching for it now, before she understood the full picture, was the kind of reactive choice she did not make. She had been making it for 9 years and she was not going to make it today. She needed to know if Marin was safe. She needed to know how Dita had found the address. She needed to know what Dita wanted and how to use what Dita wanted against Dita, and she needed to do all of this in a sequence that did not expose Marin further. She needed to think. She was finding, with the flat, unwelcome recognition of something arriving exactly when she most needed it not to, that she was not thinking. She was sitting at a table in a safe house in a city that was forgetting her, and she was not thinking because her hands were not on the table and Marin's address was on a screen in front of her, and the thought running underneath the professional logistics like a current beneath a frozen surface was that she had done this. She had done this. She had kept the one thread, the single connection, the routing number that had appeared once in a document she had believed was buried, and it had been followed, and now Dita was holding the address like a key and Riven did not know what Dita intended to open with it. She had known. She had always known. The lie she believed and had believed since Barcelona, since the mentor who made one call and dismantled everything she had built toward a different life. Don't let anyone get close enough to do the math. She had let Marin get close enough. She had let Marin stay close enough, which was worse, because it had not been an oversight. It had been a choice she had made repeatedly, with full knowledge, over 8 years of slow and deliberate choosing, because Marin was evidence of something she was not ready to live without. The math had arrived on schedule. It always did. She was sitting inside the proof of her own lie, and it was exactly as cold as she had always known it would be, and she had walked into it anyway, and she could not explain this in any professional language she had access to. She heard the bedroom door open. She did not look up. She heard him cross the room, his specific weight and movement, which she knew with the same thoroughness she knew anything she had studied long enough to stop needing to think about and stop, which meant he had looked at her and registered something that required stopping. She was aware of what he was seeing. She was not able to do anything about it. "What happened?" he said. Not a question, the specific register of a man who has already assessed the situation and is now present in it. She turned the screen toward him without speaking. She watched him read it. He was faster than most people at reading, faster even than she had clocked him at in the early days, which was itself considerable, and the speed was the same as always. But something changed in his face as he read it, a shift so small she would not have seen it in week 1. She saw it now. "Marin," he said. "Yes," she said. He sat down across from her. He did not say anything immediately, which was the thing about him that she had originally identified as one of his most useful professional qualities and which she understood now as something more than that: the ability to be present in a difficult thing without requiring the difficult thing to be resolved before he entered it. He was simply there. In it with her, on the other side of the table, without asking her to manage how it appeared. She looked at her hands on the table. "I need to know if she's safe," she said. "I know," he said. "Dita has the address. I don't know if she's used it or if this is leverage architecture, a demonstration of access without actual deployment." "I know," he said again. "I need to know which one it is before I can build the countermove." She heard the flatness in her own voice, the controlled register she used when the alternative to control was something she was not going to allow in a professional space. "I can't build the countermove without knowing if there's a crisis to respond to or only a threat to manage." "I'll find out," he said. She looked at him. "I have a contact in Lisbon," he said. "Not an intelligence civilian, neighborhood level. Someone I've used twice for physical confirmation of an address's status. I can have an answer in 2 hours." He met her eyes. "Do you want me to use it?" She understood what he was offering. Not just the contact, the offering was larger than the contact. He was offering to reach into a private part of her operational life and touch it on her behalf, without her having to ask, without her having to perform the specific vulnerability of asking for help with something that was not professional. She had not allowed this from anyone. Not in 9 years. Not ever. She said, "Yes." He pulled out his phone. He did not ask for the address, it was on the screen between them, and he had read it, and she had turned it toward him, which was the answer to the question he had not needed to ask. He sent a message through what appeared to be an encrypted transit platform but was, she recognized from the protocol structure, something he had built himself, layered into existing civilian infrastructure in a way that was traceable only if you already knew exactly what you were looking for. She watched him send it. She looked at the table. Her hands were flat on the surface. This required a small, continuous effort that she was not going to acknowledge. "Dita's countermove," she said, because there was always something to work on, and working on something was better than sitting inside the thing she was sitting inside. She's used the address as leverage, which means she's made a calculation. She believes I'll respond to pressure on Maren in a predictable direction. She taught you to be predictable to her, he said. She spent years building that architecture. In her model, the thing that makes you reachable is the thing you didn't cut. She's not wrong, Riven said. She's wrong about what you're going to do with it, he said. She looked at him. Dita's model has you choosing between the operation and the connection, he said. Protecting Maren or protecting yourself. In her model, those are different objectives. In her model, Riven said. In her model, he agreed. She sat with this. The safe house was quiet. The courtyard-facing window was letting in the sound of the building's internal life, plumbing, footsteps, the domestic ordinary of people who were not doing what she was doing and who would walk through this city today without anyone needing them to be forgotten. She thought about the lie. Don't let anyone get close enough to do the math. She thought about what the math had produced, Dita with an address, and a threat, and a model of Riven that was built from years of careful observation, and which was, like all models of her, accurate in the specific and wrong in the aggregate. She thought about Cael, 3 days in, cutting his handler's access with no professional reason she could find from the outside. 6 mornings of choosing not to. The marked bridge he had walked onto and kept walking. She thought about what it cost. She thought about the fact that it costing something had not, apparently, been sufficient reason not to do it. His phone signaled. He looked at it. She watched his face. The expression that settled was not relief exactly. He was not a man who showed relief. She had learned this early, and had come to read the absence of tension in his face as the relief indicator. What she saw was the specific settling that came after a worst-case assessment had been run, and the worst case had not arrived. She's safe, he said. The contact confirms no approach to the address in the last 48 hours. Maren is at her regular morning location. A pause. She's unaware. Riven breathed. It was a small breath, controlled, the kind that did not look like anything from the outside. She breathed and looked at her hands and allowed herself, for one moment, to be grateful with the same thorough, private gratitude she usually reserved for hands that were steady. Dita is performing the access, she said. Not deploying it. For now, he said. The performance degrades if it's not followed by action. She'll need to make a choice in the next 24 to 48 hours: deploy the access or lose the leverage. Then we don't give her 48 hours, Riven said. He looked at her. She was already opening the transmission sequencing on her laptop. Not with the controlled flatness of the previous hour, with something else. Something that looked like precision but had an additional quality underneath it. A forward lean that was not urgency but was its own kind of force. The first transmission wave, she said. Tonight instead of tomorrow. The second wave. 12 hours after the first. I can rebuild the routing to accommodate the compression. She looked at him. Can you push the Prague contact protocol forward? Yes, he said. Then we push everything forward, she said. We don't wait for Gregor's decision. We don't wait for Dita's deployment. We transmit before either of them has a move to make. He looked at her for a moment. The quiet, complete attention. Then he pulled his own laptop toward him and opened the Prague protocol. Start, he said. She started. She was aware, working through the transmission sequencing with the focused, forward attention of someone who had chosen direction over paralysis, that the counter-move they were building was the thing Dita's model had not accounted for. Dita's model had Riven protecting Maren by yielding. By choosing the connection over the operation, the personal over the professional, the soft thing over the hard one. Dita's model did not account for the possibility that protecting Maren meant burning everything Dita had before Dita could reach for it. Dita had taught her many things. She had not taught her this, because this was not how Dita thought. This was not how anyone who had ever worked with her thought, because no one who had ever worked with her had been in the room for the thing that had built this version of her. There was only one person in this room. She glanced at him across the table. He was deep in the Prague Protocol, working with the absorbed, complete focus he brought to detailed work, unhurried and precise. He looked up without her saying anything, the way he sometimes looked up, as if he had felt the glance as a change in the room's attention. He looked back at the protocol. So did she. They worked through the morning, and the safe house was small and the courtyard window was letting in a grey kind of light, and Maren was in her regular morning location unaware, and Dita was in whatever room Dita used for the kind of thing Dita was doing, and Gregor was somewhere making a decision that was already obsolete. And she was here, with her hands on the table, working. Chapter 23 Days of Nothing. She didn't speak for 6 hours. This was not what it looked like from the outside, which was shut down. From the outside or from whatever vantage point he occupied, which was both inside the room and inside a particular sustained attention to her that had been the defining feature of his operational posture since Brussels, it looked like the specific silence of someone who had gone somewhere internal and closed the door. From the inside, he was certain, it was processing. The sustained, thorough, multidirectional processing she applied to complex problems, running each variable against each other variable, testing structural coherence, checking conclusions from opposing angles. He had watched her do this with evidence, with operational dilemmas, with the routing anomaly she had sat with for 11 days before she had enough context to pull it. This was the same. He did not interrupt it. He ran the external problem. This was the thing he could do. While she processed the thing that had happened in the space between professional and private, the address on the screen, the hands not on the table, the particular quality of a woman sitting inside, the proof of her own worst prediction about what connection cost, he could work on the thing that was concrete and immediate and solvable. He confirmed Maren's safety first. He had done this before the contact replied. Through a secondary check he ran through the Lisbon transit records. No anomalous vehicle registrations near the Alfama address in the 48-hour window, no unusual service disruptions, nothing in the local incident records that flagged. The contact's confirmation had been consistent with this. He ran it anyway because the contact was external and his own check was internal, and he did not bet on one source when 2 were available. Then he traced the routing access. This took longer. The 4-year-old surveillance report that contained the routing trace was archived in a database he could not access directly. He went in sideways, through the index rather than the record itself, and found what he was looking for in the metadata: access log, timestamp, originating query. The access was 6 weeks old. 6 weeks ago, someone had pulled that surveillance report from the archive. Not a routine pull, a targeted query, which meant someone had known to look for it. The query had been initiated from a workstation inside Dita's operational environment. Dita had been building toward this for 6 weeks. Before the joint operation. Before the job. He sat with this for a moment, and then did something with it. He traced the report forward, from Dita's initial pull, through a secondary analysis that had been run 2 weeks later, to a final synthesis document that had been filed. He could see the filing structure, if not the content, in Dita's operational archive under a category he recognized as handler leverage files. Dita had been building her leverage architecture while she was simultaneously arranging the joint operation that would provide cover for Riven's elimination. She had not been reactive. She had been prepared. He understood, with the clean and unclouded clarity that came from understanding how a handler thought, that Dita had expected Riven to fail. Not to be eliminated by him. Necessarily, the kill order was a contingency, the expected outcome if everything went to plan. But Dita had also prepared for the possibility that Riven would survive the plan. She had prepared for the possibility of a Riven who needed to be controlled rather than eliminated, and she had built the control mechanism from the one thread she knew Riven had kept. She was a very good handler. He ran the Maren protection architecture next. This was not an assigned task. He had not been asked to do it. He did it because it needed to be done, and because she was 6 hours into processing something that had its origin in the same wound that had shaped everything she was, and because he had, at some point in the last 30 days, stopped being capable of identifying a thing she needed and not doing it when it was within his ability to do. He built a monitoring system around the Alfama address, 3 separate civilian layer triggers, none of them intelligence-affiliated, each one designed to activate on a different category of anomalous approach. He routed the alerts to a secondary device he would give her when she was done processing. He tested each trigger. He documented the system in a format she could read and verify independently, because she would verify it independently, and he built everything she would ever touch to that standard. He was 2 hours into the Marin architecture when she came back. He did not register it as a sound or a movement, he registered it as a change in the room's quality, the specific shift that came when she surfaced from the internal processing back into the shared space. He had learned this, somewhere around week 2, as a reliable indicator. He did not look up immediately. He let her surface at her own pace. "The transmission sequencing," she said. Her voice was the controlled register, not flat, not performed, just the register she used when she was managing the distance between what was happening and what she could afford to show. "I was working through the compression when Dita's contact came in." "I know," he said. "It can wait." "It can't wait," she said. "We compressed the timeline. The sequencing will take 2 hours," he said. "We have the time. We planned for contingencies." She came to the table. He heard her sit. He finished the trigger documentation. He was in the middle of one more paragraph, then it was complete, and closed the file. He looked at her. She looked back. The controlled register was in her face as well as her voice, but beneath it, visible to him in the way that things had become visible to him about her over 30 days of specific, accumulated attention, was what the morning had cost. Not grief, not fear, she was not operating in those categories. Something more precise and more private, the specific exhaustion of having been correct about something terrible. She had been bracing for this since Barcelona. She had been bracing for it across 9 years of solo operation and careful distance, and a single thread she had kept because she could not bring herself not to. She had been correct that keeping it was a liability. She had been correct that it would be found. And she had kept it anyway. He understood, looking at her across the table, what it took to keep something you know is a liability. What it costs. Not in the abstract specifically, in the particular and ongoing cost of knowing that you have made yourself findable and choosing, in the face of that knowledge, to remain findable. He understood this because he had done a version of it himself. Not Marin, he did not have a Marin, which was its own kind of loss he had made a careful peace with. But the 6 days running dark before Bruges. The decision made repeatedly, in full knowledge of the professional cost, without a professional reason he could name. He pulled the secondary device across the table toward her. She looked at it. Looked at him. "The Alfama address," he said. "I built a monitoring architecture. 3 triggers, civilian layer, independent of any intelligence infrastructure. The alerts route to this device. I've documented the system." He met her eyes. "She's safe. I confirmed it through 2 independent sources. I also traced the routing access. Dita pulled the surveillance records 6 weeks ago. This was prepared. It was not recent." She looked at the device. She looked at the documentation. She did not speak for a moment. "You did this while I was processing," she said. "Yes." "Without being asked?" "Yes." She looked at the device. Then she looked at him, and the controlled registers shifted, not gone, but inhabited differently, the way a room changed when someone entered it and chose to stay. "Day 14, she said. He waited. "I found the secondary kill order on day 14. I sat with it for 3 days. She looked at the table, not away from him, just at a different point, giving the word space. "I thought about what to do. I thought about completing the contract. I built the argument." A pause. "It was a good argument. Professionally." "I know," he said. "But you had already finished the cover story by then. The one that protected both of us. You had built it that way from the beginning, before anything that would have given you a reason from the outside." She looked at him. "I found the closed exposure point before I found the kill order." "Day 12? He said nothing. You closed it before Bruges, she said. Before anything. Yes, he said. That's not tradecraft, she said. That's a choice. The sentence sat in the room between them in the way that true things sat between people who did not say true things easily, in the specific gravity of something that had been true for a long time and was being named for the first time. He did not say anything. He did not need to. She looked at the monitoring device on the table. At the documentation he had built, which she would read and verify with the same thoroughness she applied to everything, because she did not accept structures without understanding them. He had built it to that standard. He had built it to her standard. She picked up the device. Put it in her pocket. She looked at him. The monitoring architecture, she said. The routing analysis. You traced the access timing? 6 weeks ago. She was prepared. Which means Dita's model predates the joint operation. She wasn't reacting to how the job went, she was anticipating. Anticipating you specifically, he said. She knows you. She built a control structure around the one thing she knew you hadn't cut. She knows one version of me, Riven said. The version that ends at a specific point. A pause. She doesn't know what the last 30 days have built. He looked at her. The expression on her face was not the controlled register, and it was not the processing stillness, and it was not any of the categories he had mapped in the first week, when he had been building a taxonomy of her in the way that he built taxonomies of everything, because understanding things was the tool he used instead of trusting them. It was something he did not have a category for. He was not going to build one. He was going to sit with the fact of it and let it be what it was, which was the rarest thing he had tried to do with another person in a decade. The transmission, she said. We have a timeline. We have a timeline, he agreed. She pulled her laptop toward her. He pulled his toward him. They worked through the afternoon and into the early evening, the transmission sequencing taking shape with the same clean, frictionless architecture that all their shared work had, and outside the courtyard window the city continued its ordinary business, and somewhere in Lisbon a woman was in her regular morning location unaware, and somewhere a handler was preparing a move that was already too late. And in a safe house that would forget them, they were building the thing that made it too late. At some point, somewhere between the second and third transmission package, she said, without looking up from the screen. The architecture you built around the Alfama address. It's better than what I would have built, he said. The routing points you added to the Prague protocol were better than what I had. She said. Yes. He said. Yes. They went back to work. The safe house was quiet except for the sound of the courtyard and the sound of two people working together, and the monitoring device was in her pocket, and the transmission packages were taking shape, and the 6 hours of silence had resolved into something that was not silence at all. It was the other kind. The kind he had first heard in Bruges. The kind that had been building, document by document and choice by choice, across 31 days of a job that was almost finished, and a thing that was not finished at all, and that he was, for the first time in 10 years, not going to file. Chapter 21 58%. I want 60%. The sentence arrived without preamble, without context, without any of the operational framing she usually built around proposals to make them easier to receive. It arrived because they had been sitting on the safe house floor for 20 minutes, not at the table. The table was covered in drives and documentation, and there was no longer enough space for two people to also occupy it, and she had been looking at the evidence architecture spread between them, and the architecture had been, as it always was when she looked at the complete picture, clarifying. He looked up from the transmission log. 60% of what? He said. The independent operation, she said. The arrangement that comes after the burn. My read on the intelligence, my assessment on the exposure points, my approval on the exit strategy for each contract. She looked at him. 60% of the operational decision-making. 55, he said. That's not a counteroffer. That's a reflex. It's a counteroffer, he said. 55 is reasonable. 55 assumes parity on intelligence assessment, which is not parity. My read on hostile architecture is demonstrably more accurate than yours in enclosed environments. Yours is more accurate in open ones. Since we will spend the majority of our operational time in enclosed environments, we haven't determined the majority of our operational profile. We haven't determined it formally, she said. In practice, we've spent 31 days in enclosed environments and 4 hours in open ones. He looked at her. Something moved at the corner of his mouth, the specific register of a man who recognized an argument he was going to lose and was deciding how to lose it with professional dignity. 57, he said. 58. Done, he said. She looked at the evidence architecture between them. He pulled the transmission log back toward him and made a note. Neither of them said anything for a moment, which was not awkward. It was the particular silence of two people who had just agreed to something that was larger than its stated terms and were sitting inside the size of it. The burn sequencing, she said. Walk me through the order. He did. She had built half of it herself and knew the other half from the documentation, but she wanted to hear his read on the logic, not the steps, which she had memorized, but the reasoning behind the order. The place where his architecture was different from hers, which was the place where together they were better than either alone. First transmission goes to the European Financial Regulatory Body, he said. The Fane's secondary records, the original principles, methodology, signatures, the 4-year construction of Fane as a financial mechanism. Enough to open an investigation. Not enough to close one. We want the investigation open, not resolved. An open investigation is a running threat, she said. Better than a closed case. The second transmission goes simultaneously to 3 separate journalists across 2 jurisdictions. Not the full package, the political cover material. Fane's connections to the 4 government parties. The Deckard element in a form that's publishable without legal risk to the recipient. The third transmission is the Prague contact. The Prague contact gets the complete package. Everything. The original principles, financial architecture, the 7th party's role as a managed asset, the kill orders issued to both of us as evidence of the syndicate's willingness to use the joint operation as a disposal mechanism. He paused. The Prague contact holds it. They don't publish unless the activation triggers. Which means the syndicates know the package exists without knowing who holds it, she said. They know it exists because we tell them it exists, he said. Separately. Each handler receives a notification after the first 2 transmissions, when the regulatory and journalistic pressure is already in motion, informing them that a complete archive is in the possession of an independent third party and will be released under specific conditions. The conditions being, she said, that either of us is harmed, that either of us is interfered with professionally, that any attempt is made to access, compromise, or neutralize the Prague contact. He looked at her. Mutually assured institutional destruction. The package doesn't have to publish to function. The threat of it is sufficient. For the syndicates, she said. For the original principle, it's not sufficient. The original principle has more to lose than the syndicates and more resources to deploy against the threat. Which is why the regulatory body gets the primary material first, he said. Before any of the other transmissions. By the time the original principle understands what's in motion, there's already a formal investigation open that they cannot close without attracting exactly the kind of attention that makes them findable. She looked at the floor between them. The drives in their organized positions, the transmission log with his notes in the margins, the legal architecture she had built for the journalist's packages on 3 separate sheets of paper, written in small capitals that looked the same whether she was at a kitchen table in Bruges at 3 a.m. or on a safe house floor 31 days later. Noah, she said. Noah gets the notification simultaneously with the handlers, he said. They've been holding the dead drop key for the original sublayer trigger. After the burn, that key becomes redundant. The Prague contact holds the complete package. But Noah has the Fane's secondary records. The ones they produced at the bookshop. Which are now the most important element in the primary transmission, she said. I asked Noah about this, he said. 2 days ago, when we read them in on the client identification. She looked at him. He had not told her this. You went back to Noah separately, she said. I went back to Noah to confirm they would release the secondary records for the primary transmission, he said. Not for the dead drop, for direct submission to the regulatory body. Noah agreed. A pause. They also said, and I'm reconstructing this as accurately as I can, tell her I knew the client's name from the beginning. Tell her I didn't say it because if she'd found it herself she'd trust the evidence chain, and if I'd handed it to her she'd have spent 2 weeks verifying whether I'd built the evidence to support the name rather than found the name in the evidence. She would have been right to verify it. It would have taken longer than she had. Riven looked at him. Accurate, she said after a moment. I thought so. She looked at the floor. Noah's exit package. Built and transmitted already. Ferris received the legend build request 3 days ago. Noah will have a new identity by the time the primary transmissions go out. He looked at her. They said to tell you the breakfast at the hotel on the market was better than the cafe you're going to pick in your next city. I haven't picked a city. They said you would. She was quiet for a moment. Something moved in her face that she did not manage quickly enough, a brief, unguarded thing, not warmth exactly, the approach to it, which was as close as she generally came in professional contexts. She went back to the floor and the drives. The sequencing is correct, she said. The order holds. We transmit in the original 2 waves, 8 hours apart. The first wave is the regulatory body and the journalists. The second wave is the Prague contact and the handler notifications. The handlers receive their notifications 6 hours after the first wave, he said. Not simultaneously with the Prague contact activation. They need time to understand what's already in motion before they receive the notification about what's still in reserve. Give them 4 hours, she said. 6 is too long. A handler who has been sitting with a regulatory investigation for 6 hours without a framework for understanding it will start making moves out of panic rather than calculation. 4 hours is enough to see the picture, not enough to develop a counter-strategy. He looked at the transmission log. Made the adjustment. 4 hours, he said. 4 hours. She agreed. They worked through the rest of the sequencing in the specific, meticulous way they had worked through everything, from different angles toward the same architecture, each of them catching what the other had missed, each adjustment improving the structure without requiring the adjacent elements to be rebuilt. She had never, in 9 years, worked this way with anyone. She had built everything she built alone, which produced structures that were consistent and reliable and strong in the places she knew to make them strong. She was increasingly aware of the places she had not known to make them strong. At some point, somewhere in the 3rd hour of the floor session, he said, Antwerp. She looked at him. You found the cover story anomaly on day 12, he said. You found it, and you sat with it for 2 days. You didn't confront me. You didn't adjust your operational posture. He looked at the evidence between them. On day 23, you told me the cover story protected both of us. That I had built it that way. Yes, she said. That was the first thing you said to me directly about any of it. Yes, she said. He looked at her. The steady, pale gray-green look that she had stopped trying to classify in week 2 and had started, sometime around week 3, to simply receive. Why that day? She thought about this. She did not apply the professional filter, she applied the true one, because they were on a safe house floor with 31 days between them and the burn less than 12 hours away, and the professional filter had, she was finding, insufficient resolution for the things she currently needed to see. Because I had finished processing it, she said. The closure. What it meant. I needed the full picture before I could name any of it, and on day 23 I had the full picture. She looked at her hands on the floor between them, open, visible. I don't name things until I understand them completely. This is not a strategy. It is simply how I work. I know, he said. You named things before you understood them, she said. Day 3. Before you had any framework for what you were choosing. I had enough framework, he said. I had the scrub marks in your file. I had the Lisbon trace. I had 47 pages that were too smooth. He looked at her. I had the photograph. It was very good and told me almost nothing, which is a skill I had not encountered before in a person I had been sent to eliminate. She looked at him for a moment. That's an extraordinarily low bar, she said. It got higher, he said, very quickly. The silence that followed was not the professional silence, and not the working silence, and not even the Bruges silence, which she had thought for a long time was the most significant silence she had inhabited with another person. It was quieter than that. The silence of two people who had said the true things and were now sitting inside the fact of having said them, which was different from the fact of the things themselves. She looked at the evidence architecture. He looked at it too. The sequencing is complete, she said. Yes, he said. We transmit in 6 hours. Yes. She looked at the floor between them. The drives, the documents, the legal architecture, the transmission log with its adjusted 4-hour window. She looked at all of it, and thought about what it had taken to build it, not the 31 days, which was the surface, but the decisions inside the 31 days, the choices that had accumulated without her naming them until she understood them completely. And now she understood them completely, and she was going to name one. You finished the cover story first, she said. The one that protected both of us. You didn't have to build it that way. You could have left me exposed. He said nothing. That's not tradecraft, she said. That's a choice. He looked at her across the drives and the documentation and the 31 days. I'm still going to be very difficult to live with, he said. I'm not asking you to live with me, she said. I'm asking you to work with me. There's a difference? There will be, she said. We'll negotiate it. The approach to a smile. His version of it, which was smaller than most and meant more. She had been cataloging it for 31 days and she was done pretending she hadn't. 58%, he said. 58%, she agreed. She began preparing the first wave. He began preparing the second. Outside, whatever city this was did what cities did at night, the ordinary, patient work of a place that had decided nothing happening in it was particularly remarkable. It was wrong about this. But it was not going to know that until morning. 6 hours. They had work to do. They did it. Chapter 22. What Noah does with a clean exit. Noah arrived at 7 a.m. with 2 coffees and no explanation for how they had identified the safe house's location. Riven looked at them. The service entrance on the south side of the building, Noah said pleasantly, setting one coffee on the table in front of her and the other in the approximate location of Cael's usual chair. The lock is a Rucco cylinder from approximately 2008. Rucco cylinders from that period have a specific vulnerability in the 5th pin that responds to a modified tension wrench. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. A pause. I'm also not going to do it again without invitation. I'm mentioning it so you can address it before you leave. We're leaving tonight, Riven said. I know. Noah sat down in the chair that was not Cael's and not Riven's, the third chair, the one that had been Noah's by default since Bruges, which they had occupied with the comfortable certainty of someone who had assessed the social geometry of a room and found their correct position in it without being told. That's why I'm here. Cael came in from the bathroom. He looked at Noah, at the coffee on his chair, and at the lock assessment implied by Noah's presence in a safe house they had not disclosed. The south entrance, he said. Rucco cylinder, Noah said. 5th pin. I've already told her. They picked up their own coffee. I won't do it again. No, Cael said. You won't. He took the coffee off his chair and sat down and looked at Noah with the calm, complete attention he brought to things he was still deciding about. You're here for the read-in. I'm here because the read-in is happening today whether or not I'm in it, Noah said, and I'd rather be in it. The plan you've been building, I've seen most of the outline from the edges. I know what a complete burn looks like when it's being assembled. They looked at Riven, then at Cael, then back at Riven. I also know that I'm a loose element in the architecture and that loose elements have a way of becoming problems, and I'd rather not be a problem to either of you. I've been working very hard not to be a problem to either of you for the last 3 weeks. The client identification, Riven said. Noah set their coffee down. The pleasant equanimity shift had not gone, but occupied differently, a slight adjustment in the register that was the closest thing to serious Riven had seen from them. I knew the name from the beginning, they said. I told Cael what I told Cael, and he relayed it accurately, I assume. Accurately, she said. Then you know the reasoning. Noah met her eyes. It was, she noted, the first time Noah had held her gaze for longer than a functional beat since the bookshop in Bruges. I wasn't protecting the client. I was protecting the evidence chain. And this is harder to say in professional language, I was not certain, at the time, that I was going to fully commit to this direction. It took me longer than it should have. What decided it? Cael said. Noah looked at him. The Antwerp split operation, they said. I was at the Groomplatz covered market. I watched you come in separately and stand next to each other without looking at each other, and I thought, they're not going to let each other be expendable. Which meant the client's plan was already failed, which meant my position with the client was already untenable, which meant the only available move was the one I'd been building toward anyway. They picked up the coffee. I should have named the client at the bookshop. I'm telling you now so you have the accurate record. Riven looked at Noah for a moment. She had a category for this, an apology delivered in operational language by someone who would not have been able to deliver it in any other register. She filed it correctly. All right, she said. The read-in. She laid out the burn sequencing. She did not give Noah the full architecture of the Prague contact, the handler notifications, the complete evidence package, because Noah did not need the full architecture, and need to know was not a principle she applied selectively. She gave Noah the piece that was Noah's, the secondary financial records, the submission protocol, the timing of the regulatory delivery. The regulatory body receives your records as part of the first transmission wave, she said. The submission routes through a legal correspondent we've prepositioned. Your records are the primary evidentiary material for the Fein construction, the proof that Fein was built as a mechanism rather than compromised as an asset. Without them, the investigation has the political cover material but not the financial architecture. Without them it's a story, Cael said. With them it's a case. The records are clean? Riven said to Noah. Entirely, Noah said. Authenticated, chain of custody documented, source protected under the whistleblower frameworks of 2 jurisdictions. They tilted their head. The chain of custody documentation names me as the source. I'm aware of what that means for my profile. It's acceptable. Riven looked at them. It makes you traceable. For a period, Noah said. After which the legend Ferris is building will make me untraceable again, and during the period in which I'm traceable I will be in a location that is not accessible to anyone who would want to find me for unpleasant reasons. The pleasant equanimity was fully back. I've been doing this for 7 years. I'm very good at not being found. You found this safe house, Cael said. I'm also very good at finding things, Noah said. These are not contradictory skills. They require different hats. They looked between the two of them. What do you need from me today, specifically? The records formatted for submission, Riven said. Delivery ready. You have until 1400 hours. I have until 1400 hours. Noah agreed, without appearing to find this unreasonable, which told her Noah had already done most of the formatting work. What else? The dead drop key, Cael said. The activation sequence for the original sublayer. After tonight, the Prague contact holds the primary package. The sublayer key becomes redundant. Do you want me to destroy it? Transfer it, Riven said. The original sublayer still functions as a secondary trigger. If the Prague contact is somehow compromised, the sublayer activates independently. Redundancy. Noah nodded. I'll transfer the activation protocol to the secondary device. They looked at the device on the table, the one Cael had built for the Marin monitoring architecture. Is that the different device? Riven said. Of course. Noah picked up their coffee, drank it with the unperturbed contentment of someone who was sitting in a room with two of the more operationally capable people they had ever worked alongside and found this comfortable rather than threatening, which was either very good judgment or very poor self-preservation instinct and was possibly both. When you're established, they said, apparently to the middle distance, the independent operation I'd like to be on your list. Riven looked at them. Not full-time, Noah said. I'm constitutionally unsuited to full-time anything. But as a contractor. Specific jobs, specific terms. I'm useful for the kinds of problems that require someone who reads as nobody interesting. They looked at Cael. You said in the bookshop? You watched me walk in and you had me clocked in 3 seconds. 2.5, Cael said. Yes, well. Noah looked untroubled by this. You and she are both people who clock other people in under 3 seconds. That's not a population I encounter often. Working for people who can clock me is. A pause, something genuine in the register. Actually quite pleasant. I don't have to perform the forgettable. They see through it and work around it. It's restful. Riven looked at Cael. He looked at her. The brief, compressed exchange that had replaced the longer negotiations, not a full conversation, but a direction. We'll be in contact, she said to Noah. When we're established. That's all I'm asking, Noah said. They finished the coffee. Set it on the table with the precise, unconscious placement that Riven had noticed weeks ago was a borrowed habit, picked up from proximity. She had not said anything about it. She noted, now, that she found it something close to endearing, which was a category she applied almost never, and which she was going to allow herself without examining what it meant. Noah stood. Picked up a bag that had been at their feet. They had come prepared for departure. Because of course they had. Because Noah was always 3 steps ahead of the logistics even when they were eating a pastry and appearing to be entirely elsewhere. The records will be ready by 1400 hours. I'll leave them at the same dead drop protocol we used in Bruges. Clean channel. Clean channel, Cael confirmed. At the door, Noah paused. They did this sometimes, the threshold pause, the moment that contained one more thing that had been calculated before delivery. She had come to look for it. For what it's worth, Noah said, and I recognize it's worth exactly as much as you decide it's worth, which is how it should be. Watching the two of you work has been the most professionally instructive 3 weeks of my career. And I have had a career that has included several people who were very good at their work. They looked at Riven, then at Cael, with the particular attentiveness they applied when they were not being cheerful but were choosing to appear to be. You're better together than you are separately. I suspect you already know this. I'm saying it anyway because I find that the things people already know are sometimes the things that most need to be said aloud. They left. The bell above the notional door did not ring, because there was no bell, but the quality of the space changed in the specific way it changed when Noah had been in it, and then wasn't. Slightly quieter, slightly more serious, the tonal pressure valve closed. Riven looked at the table. They're going to be fine, Cael said. They're always going to be fine, she said. Neither of them was sure if they were talking about Noah. She pulled the transmission log toward her and began the final sequencing check. He opened the handler notification drafts and began the timing calibration. They worked in the particular silence that was theirs, not the absence of sound but the specific, inhabited quiet of two people sharing a problem in a way that did not require filling the space between them. At 11:43, the Ferris confirmation came through. Noah's legend was built and ready for deployment. At 13:58, the records arrived through the clean channel, formatted and complete, with a note in Noah's handwriting that said only, "The breakfast at the hotel on the market really was very good. For future reference." Riven read the note. Folded it. Put it in her jacket pocket. She did not examine why she was keeping it. She was getting better at not examining things. She was also getting worse at it, which was, she was increasingly of the opinion, the correct direction of travel. 1400 hours, Cael said. On schedule, she said. She picked up the first transmission package. Tonight, he said. Tonight, she agreed. She looked at the package in her hands. Everything they had built for 32 days, compressed into a form that could be sent in a moment, and could not be unsent, that would begin a sequence of events that was correctly designed and correctly sequenced, and would proceed without their management because they had built it to proceed without their management, which was the only thing worth building. She thought about Noah's note. The breakfast at the hotel on the market. She thought about what it meant to have built something with someone that a third party, watching from the outside, had found professionally instructive. She thought about the 58% and the floor of the safe house and the day she had told him the cover story protected both of them, and he had said nothing, because he was a man who said nothing at the moments that most required it, and the nothing was never empty. She put the package down and picked up her coffee. He was already looking at her when she looked at him. 4 hours, she said. 4 hours, he said. She drank the coffee. It was the correct temperature. It was always the correct temperature, and she had known this since Bruges, and she had been filing it for 32 days, and she was done filing it. She put the coffee down and went back to the sequencing. There was still work to do. There always was. She found, for the first time in a long time, that she did not mind. Chapter 23 The Burn. The first transmission went out at 22:17. She was in a city she would not name, using a device she would destroy afterward, on a connection that routed through 4 separate relay points across 3 different national telecommunications infrastructures before it resolved into something that could be called a transmission. She was alone. This was the plan. The first wave and the second wave went from separate cities, through separate architectures, from operators who had confirmed timing and then separated. The Prague contact's activation had required his physical presence in Prague. The regulatory submission required her presence here. They had separated at 1600 hours, exchanged the confirmation sequence through the encrypted transit platform, and had not communicated since. She pressed send. The first transmission was not the largest package. It was not the most complete, not the most legally significant, not the most explosive in any of the ways that things became explosive after evidence reached institutions that were designed to act on it. It was the most important. The regulatory body's package contained the essential architecture, the proof that Aldrich Fane had been built, maintained, used, and disposed of by a party whose involvement in the broader financial network ran to 4 years and 8 figures and at least 3 government contracts that bore its fingerprints if you knew the fingerprints to look for. She had spent 32 days learning those fingerprints. The submission went through. The confirmation signal was a single character on the relay protocol, clean. She held the device for a moment, looking at the character, which was not remarkable in itself but was the confirmation that something had passed the point of being undone. She put the device in her jacket pocket. The journalists came next. She had built the 3 submissions as independent packages, different material, different framings, constructed for 3 different editorial sensibilities and 3 different publications across 2 jurisdictions. She had read back issues of each publication when she was building the packages. Not for style, which she did not need to match, but for the specific kind of skepticism each masthead would apply to material that arrived from an anonymous source. She had preempted each skepticism with a specific element in each package, the kind of evidence that answered the question a particular editor would have before they asked it. This was not a journalism technique. It was an intelligence technique applied to journalism, which was not something she had done before and which she had found, in the application, more satisfying than she expected. The 3 submissions went out at 22:31, 22:34, and 22:39. Sequential, not simultaneous submissions from the same underlying connection, however well routed, created a pattern that a sophisticated infrastructure suite could correlate. Sequential submissions at 4 to 6 minute intervals looked like a single operator managing a routine process. She was very good at looking like a single operator managing a routine process. At 22:47, the first relay confirmation returned from the regulatory submission. The package had been received by a duty analyst on the overnight shift and logged as an urgent incoming document requiring senior review. She knew this because she had built a single, passive monitoring capability into the submission protocol, not interactive, not traceable from the recipient's end, just a receipt signal that confirmed the package had cleared the intake process. She did not need to know what happened after the intake process. She knew what was in the package. She knew what a senior reviewer would do with it. The next step was not hers to take. She was standing on a wet street in a city she would not name. The rain was the kind that European cities did in October, persistent, unhurried, completely indifferent to anything happening beneath it. She looked at the street for a moment, the ordinary nighttime movement of people going between lit places, a cafe still open, a man walking. A dog who had very clear opinions about the rain. She thought about the 90 minutes between the first wave and the handler notifications. She had built the 90 minutes deliberately, with the same deliberateness she brought to everything she built. It was the minimum time required for a regulatory duty analyst to escalate an urgent overnight document to someone with authority to act on it, less than the time required for that person to develop a strategic response, and more than the time required for a political figure to begin receiving calls from concerned parties. The 90 minutes was a window, narrow enough to deny response, wide enough for panic to begin moving in the directions panic moved. She had not told Cael she thought about the 90 minutes this way. She had told him 4 hours for the handler notifications, and they had negotiated to 4 hours, and 4 hours was correct for the operational logic. The 90 minutes was the part underneath the 4 hours, the part she had been running in parallel since she built the sequencing. She thought about Dita, in whatever room Dita was in tonight, not knowing yet. She thought about what Dita would receive at the end of the 4 hours. Not anger, which was what Gregor would produce, and which she had accounted for in his package by making it comprehensively clear that anger was the least productive available response. Dita would produce something quieter. A calculation. A reread of 32 days through the lens of what had just arrived. And then, at the end of the calculation, something like, "I taught you too well." Which was accurate. Which was, she thought, the most honest thing Dita would have said to her in 9 years, and she would never hear it directly, and this was correct. Some things were only true when they were not said to your face. She took the device out of her jacket. Destroyed it with the specific, thorough efficiency she brought to all destruction component by component, the method that left nothing recoverable, and distributed the pieces into 3 separate disposal points on her route back. She walked through the rain. She thought about what it felt like to do this. Not the destruction, she had destroyed many things, and the feeling of destruction was familiar and not particularly charged. What it felt like to be doing this specific thing, this specific night, for this specific reason. She had been building exits for 9 years. Every job ended in an exit, every cover story was designed to close cleanly. Every piece of evidence she left in a room was a room she was already forgetting as she walked out of it. She was very good at exits. Exits were her best work. This was not an exit. She could feel the difference. Not in the mechanics were the same, the route planning and the device destruction and the relayed protocols and the staggered transmission windows. The mechanics were the same because the mechanics were what she knew and what she had made the best of, and what she had built the last 9 years out of. But underneath the mechanics, in the place where the mechanics had always opened onto nothing, the clean, cold nothing of a woman who had mastered the art of leaving no trace in a life that had left very little trace on her, there was something else. Not nothing. She had not known what to call it for some time. She had been filing it under various professional categories for 32 days, and the categories had all proven insufficient, which was its own kind of data, because she did not run out of categories for things that fit in categories. She was building something. Not exiting. For the first time in 9 years, she was on the far side of a closing that was also an opening, and she could feel the difference in her body before she found it in words, and this was the word, the one she had been not examining for 3 weeks. She was frightened. Not of the burn. The burn was correct and would work. Not of the syndicates, or the handlers, or the original principal, all of whom were now operating inside a sequence of events she had designed and which would proceed correctly regardless of what they did, because she had accounted for what they would do when she built it. Frightened of what came after. of the 58%. Of the things she had agreed to on a safe house floor that was larger than its stated terms, and that she had agreed to while knowing exactly how large it was, which was not the agreement of someone performing an analysis. It was the agreement of someone who had already decided and was using the analysis to confirm the decision. She had decided before she understood it completely. This was the most unlike herself she had ever been. She walked through the rain and thought that the thing she was frightened of was not the future. It was that the future was no longer the category she was working against. She had spent 9 years building toward exits. What she was building now had a different shape. It pointed forward instead of out. She did not have a practice relationship with forward. She thought about the Bruges kitchen at 4 a.m. She thought about the coffee on the windowsill at exactly the right temperature. She thought about what it had meant, coming from a man who calibrated everything. She thought about what she had done with that evidence for 32 days. She had held it. Not filed it. Held it, in the peripheral place where she held the things that were too real to manage at a working distance. She was done managing it at a working distance. At 23:54, the second transmission went out. The Prague contacts package. The full archive. Released through the activation protocol, to be held unopened until a trigger signal that would never arrive if everything went correctly. She stood on a wet street in the rain and confirmed the receipt's signal. Everything was in motion. She put the second device in her pocket. She would destroy it tomorrow, from a different city, using a different method, which was the protocol and which she followed because she followed protocols, and because tomorrow she would be in a different city, and because the city she was going to had been chosen not for operational advantage or handler recommendation or any of the reasons she had chosen cities for 9 years. She had chosen it because she wanted to go there. She had not chosen a city for that reason since she was 22. The rain continued. She walked through it without minding. Behind her, the city that would not remember her was already forgetting she had been there. Ahead was the city she had chosen. She was looking forward to it. This, too, was unlike herself, and she was not going to do anything about it, and she was done pretending that not doing anything about it was a temporary condition rather than a decision. She walked faster. The rain was excellent cover. It always had been. Chapter 24: What Dita Does with Evidence She Can't Fight. Prague was cold. This was not a complaint. Cael did not complain about weather, which was not a variable he had ever found responsive to opinion, but it was a fact, and facts were the currency he worked in. And the fact of Prague in late October was that the city had the cold of a place that took the season seriously and did not soften it for tourists or visiting operators working a timed release from a contact they had maintained for 3 years without meeting face to face. He had met the contact this afternoon. An arrangement made through the protocol with instructions that included a specific street corner, a specific time, and a specific phrase that functioned as confirmation. The contact was a woman in her 50s who had the bearing of a former academic and the eyes of someone who had spent enough years in the peripheral orbit of intelligence work to be very calm about things that would have alarmed most people. She had looked at the package. Looked at him. Said, "If you need it released, you'll know how to reach me," in the tone of someone who had said this before and found it accurate. He had said, "The protocol is in the package." She had said, "I know. I build part of it." He had looked at her. "You're not the only person who had reason to want a dead man's switch," she said. "I found the protocol familiar. I improved 2 elements." A pause. "The improvements are an improvement. You can verify them against the original." He had verified them. They were. He did not know her name. He did not need to. He had the protocol, which was the only part of her that needed to survive the operational relationship, and she had the package, which was the only part of him that needed to survive the next 12 months. They had parted without further ceremony, which was the correct amount of ceremony. Now he was in a cafe near the Vltava with a coffee he was drinking and a newspaper he was not reading, and he was watching the encrypted transit platform on his secondary device, and the world was waiting for morning. The first handler notification had gone out at 2:14. This was 2 hours after the first transmission wave, not 4 hours, because the regulatory body's escalation had moved faster than he had modeled. The duty analyst had reached a senior official in under 90 minutes, and that official had reached a political contact in under 20, and the political contact had begun making calls that were visible in the peripheral monitoring architecture within the hour. By the time the handler notifications were due to go out, the first wave was already producing motion. He had sent Riven a single-word confirmation through the transit platform at 1:53, moving. She had replied with, confirmed. Pushed to 2 hours. They had pushed to 2 hours. Gregor's notification arrived in Gregor's operational inbox at 2:14, as scheduled. Cael had built Gregor's notification with the specific understanding of a man who had spent 7 years performing loyalty for Gregor's benefit and knew, with the precision of long familiarity, exactly what Gregor would do when he read it. Gregor would read the notification twice. He would assess it for bluff, not because bluffing was a strategy Cael had ever deployed against him, but because Gregor's default response to information he did not want to be true was to test it for falseness. He would find it was not false. He would then sit with this for a period. The period would be approximately 40 minutes, based on Gregor's documented response patterns to operational surprises of this magnitude. At 2:57, a message arrived through the old handler channel, the one Cael had nominally cut on day 3 but had maintained passive monitoring access to, because cutting your handler's access did not require announcing that you had done so, and passive monitoring was not the same as active connection. The message contained 11 words. Cael read them once. He had anticipated several possible responses from Gregor. Anger, which would have produced a counter-threat. Silence, which would have been the most professionally competent response, and which Gregor was capable of but rarely chose. A negotiating position, which would have been the most human response, and which Gregor was also capable of, in better circumstances. The 11 words were not any of these. They were, I always knew you were better than I used to you. Good luck. He read them again. He sat with this for a moment, in the cold Prague cafe with his coffee, and thought about 7 years of performed loyalty and a handler who had confused performance and reality so thoroughly that he had never once seen what was real, and who was, apparently, capable of seeing it now, from the outside, at the end. He thought about what it meant that this surprised him. He put the phone face down on the table. He did not open Gregor's final message. He already knew what it said. He deleted it with the ease of someone who had been preparing to make this gesture for several years and found, in the making of it, that it was lighter than expected. Not the message he had known what the message would contain. The gesture. The act of closing the channel, the account, the 7-year architecture of a professional relationship that had produced results and asked for nothing real in return. He deleted it. He deleted the operational email address associated with Gregor's network, the secondary account through which Gregor had reached him on dark operations, the burner registration tied to the safe house Gregor had arranged in the first week of the joint operation. He did it methodically, account by account, with the same thoroughness he brought to any demolition: no loose threads, no residual access, nothing that would surface in a database sweep as an active record. When he was done, the architecture he had maintained for 7 years was clean. He drank his coffee. Looked at the Voltava through the window. Dita's notification had gone to Riven's transmission. He did not know what Dita had received. Precisely, Riven had built Dita's package and had not shared the contents, which was correct, because Dita's package was hers to build and hers to send, and the specificity of it was not something that needed to be seen from the outside. He knew its function, the same function as Gregor's, applied to a handler who was more sophisticated than Gregor and who had, over 9 years, developed a more complete operational model of the asset she was managing. More complete, and therefore more specifically wrong about what the asset would do. He looked at the transit platform. Nothing from Riven yet, which was correct. She was 2 cities away and managing her own sequencing and did not need to report to him, and he did not need her to. He had the confirmation of the first wave and the confirmation of the Prague activation and the Gregor message and the clean deletions, and he was sitting with all of it with the specific, calm completeness of a man who had made every decision he intended to make, and was now watching the decisions move through the world in the directions they were designed to move. At 4:33, a political figure in Brussels gave a press conference. He watched the live feed on his phone. The press conference had been anticipated in the evidence architecture. The regulatory submission contained material that made this specific political figure's position untenable by any calculation, and the figure, who was by all accounts pragmatic rather than principled, would have understood within hours of the regulatory escalation that the optimal move was forward motion rather than defense. The press conference was 7 minutes long. It was not confessional. Confessional would have been useful to the investigation, but was not something a pragmatic political figure would choose. It was the specific, calibrated kind of disclosure that acknowledged wrongdoing in terms specific enough to satisfy a regulatory inquiry and vague enough to leave room for the legal negotiations that would follow. It was, he thought, watching the feed, quite well done. He turned off the feed. At 5:17, a message arrived through the secondary channel he had built into Riven's monitoring architecture, not the transit platform, a different one, the one they use for operational confirmation rather than communication. A single character. Clean. He looked at the character. She had sent her confirmations. Her sequencing was complete. Whatever Dita had done with the notification, the calculation, the reread, the specific quiet of a very good handler looking at the work of someone she had trained and finding it better than expected was done. Riven had closed it. He put the phone down on the table. He looked out at the Vltava, which was dark and cold and moving with the patient indifference of a river that had been doing this for a very long time, and found the concerns of operators in riverside cafes essentially unremarkable. He found this, as he generally found it, appropriate. He thought about what Gregor had said. "I always knew you were better than I used to you." He thought about what this meant coming from a man who had spent 7 years not saying it, who had understood it abstractly and spent those 7 years getting the results of it without offering anything real in return. He thought about what it said about Gregor that the admission had arrived at the end, in 11 words, on a channel that was already closing. He thought about what it said about himself that he had stayed for 7 years with a handler he had assessed correctly from the beginning and had never expected anything from, and had been, in the specific and structural way of someone performing loyalty for an institution, not wrong about. He thought about the difference between not being wrong about someone and being right about them. He thought about Riven, in a city she had chosen. She had told him the city, because the protocol required each of them to have a confirmed location for the post-burn window, and she had given him the city and the specific register of someone offering information rather than reporting it, which was a distinction he had been tracking in her for 3 weeks and which had changed, gradually, from the rare to the usual. She had chosen the city because she wanted to go there. She had told him this, in the flat, precise voice she used for things that were simply true. He had noted it, and had not said anything, because he was not a man who said things at the moments when the thing he wanted to say was too large for the available space. He thought about the available space, 6 months from now. He thought about a cafe table and an espresso and a drive with a new contract and terms to negotiate. He thought about 50-50, which was the number that existed on the other side of 58%, the number that came after the operation, after the burn, after the 32 days and all the choices inside them. The number that was not a professional arrangement. He had known the number since Bruges. He had been patient with it in the way he was patient with most things, not waiting, exactly. Ready. He picked up his coffee. It was cold. He had let it go cold while he was thinking, which was unusual. He did not usually allow the practical to slide during the internal, and which told him something about the interior he was currently inhabiting that he was going to allow without examining. He ordered another coffee. The waiter brought it. He drank it. Prague was cold and the Vltava moved past, and somewhere in a city she had chosen, the second device was being prepared for destruction, and the burn was done, and they were ghosts. Useful, deliberate, 58% ghosts with a Prague contact and a sublayer and a dead man's switch distributed across 3 evidence chains and 6 months ahead of them in which to decide what to do with all of it. He thought about what to do with all of it. He thought he already knew. He paid for the coffee. Put on his coat. Walked out into the Prague morning, which was cold and grey in beginning, in the way that mornings began whether or not anyone required them to. He had a city to get to. He had already decided which one. Chapter 25 50-50. 6 months later. A city that belongs to either of them. Yet. She is at a table she arrived at 20 minutes early because she always arrives early and because this particular cafe has 4 tables with adequate sight lines and one with a superior one, and she is not going to sit at an inferior table in a city she intends to make operational use of, regardless of the occasion. She has an espresso she ordered because ordering nothing looks like waiting, which she is not, and which she does not intend to perform. She is not reading the newspaper. She is thinking about the morning, which had the particular quality of October mornings in cities that took the season seriously, a quality she is becoming familiar with, because she has been here for 3 weeks, and familiarity is not something she has permitted herself with a city in a very long time. She has been permitting it deliberately and with full awareness, which is, she has found, the only way to permit anything without it becoming a liability. At 6 minutes after the agreed time, she becomes aware of the specific quality of attention that means someone is watching her. Not surveillance. Not threat assessment. The particular weight of someone who already knows exactly where she is and simply wants to look, which is a quality of attention she can identify now from the inside, from the receiving end, having spent 6 months becoming familiar with it in the way she is becoming familiar with this city. She does not look up from the newspaper she is not reading. "You're 12 minutes late," she says. "I was early," he says, and sits down across from her. "I was watching the sight lines." "I know." She looks up. "I clocked you at the bookshop." "I know you did." He is the same. This is not a statement she would have made 6 months ago, because 6 months ago she did not have the baseline against which to measure it. She had 32 days, which was significant, but 32 days was not the same as 6 months with the space of 6 months between them. Now she has the baseline, and he is the same, the height and the build and the dark auburn hair beginning to silver at the temples, the pale gray-green eyes that are looking at her with the particular quality of attention that has no category because it does not belong in one. She is, she notes, also the same. She had expected to feel different. She has spent 6 months becoming familiar with the city she chose for herself, closing the identities that were no longer operational, building the preliminary architecture of a future that points forward rather than out. She had expected that process to produce a different version of herself. She is finding that it has produced the same version, more legible. The difference is not what is there but how clearly she can see it. She finds this, on reflection, correct. He picks up her espresso and drinks it. She lets him, which is for both of them practically a declaration, and they are both aware that it is practically a declaration, and neither of them says so, because this is the register they operate in, and it is sufficient, and it is theirs. He sets the cup down. Reaches into his jacket. He puts a drive on the table between them. She looks at it. The drive is a standard format encrypted storage device, the kind that is commercially available and therefore not traceable by its presence, which tells her it is either new or wiped. She looks at the case. There is a small mark on the upper right corner of the case, a notation she recognizes from the evidence distribution protocol they built together on a safe house floor 32 days into a joint operation neither of them has formally concluded. He built this drive into the protocol. He marked it then and brought it now. She looks at him. "New contract," he says. "Unusual target. High risk. The kind of thing that requires 2 people with complementary skill sets and absolutely no compunction." She considers this. She picks up the drive. Turns it in her hands, the weight of it, the specific density of a drive with content rather than the slight emptiness of a new one. He has already built the preliminary architecture. He has been working. "Terms," she says. 50-50, he says. She looks up at him. Something passes between them across the cafe table, not warmth, exactly. Something older than warmth. Something that has been tested in the particular crucible of mutual attempted betrayal and 32 days and 6 months of careful, deliberate construction, and has survived it, which is perhaps the only proof of anything that either of them has ever trusted. She thinks about what it cost. Not abstractly specifically, in the accumulated, concrete terms of choice after choice, each one made in full awareness of the professional cost, each one made anyway. She thinks about day 3 in Bruges, and the cover story closed over her exposure point before he had any reason she could identify from the outside. She thinks about 6 mornings in a row and a monitoring architecture built without being asked and a coffee on a windowsill at exactly the right temperature. She thinks about the fact that she is thinking about all of this, which is the most unlike herself she has ever been, and that being most unlike herself has turned out to produce the most accurate version of herself she has encountered in 9 years. She had not expected this. She had not expected any of it. She had entered a joint operation treating him as a problem to be managed and had arrived, by a route she had not anticipated and could not have designed, at a cafe table in a city she chose for herself, and he is across from her with a drive and a contract and 50-50. She thinks about what 50-50 means. Not the percentage. She knows what the percentage means. She has known since Bruges, the same way she knows most things she has spent time with, completely, from every angle, with the full and unmanaged attention of a woman who has decided to stop managing the distance. She pockets the drive. "I want approval rights on the exit strategy," she says. "Agreed. And if you ever run dark on me again, you'll know before I do," he says. "You always do." She holds his gaze for a moment. She looks at him the way she has been looking at him for 6 months, in the specific peripheral way she looks at the things she is holding rather than filing present, real, not at a working distance. She does not name it. She does not need to. It is already named in the 50-50, and the approved exit rights, and the way he waited the exact right amount of time and came to this city and sat down across from her. "Don't be late again," she says and stands. She walks out of the cafe. She does not hurry. She walks at the pace of a woman in a city she has chosen, moving through familiar streets, not covering tracks. Not forgetting. She checks the sidelines from the street because this is structural and not something she will ever stop doing, and she finds them clear, and she moves through the morning with the particular quality of motion that belongs to someone who knows where they are going. She checks once through the glass. He is still at the table. He has the empty espresso cup, her espresso cup, the one he finished, and he is holding it with both hands the way he holds things he is not ready to put down. He is looking at her through the glass with the pale gray-green eyes that she has stopped trying to read in the categories she built for them in week 1, and now reads correctly, in the only way that requires no category at all. He raises the cup. She turns away. She is almost smiling. She allows this. She has been allowing things for 6 months with the deliberate, careful permission of someone who understands that the things you allow are also choices, and that the choices you make towards something rather than away from it have a different quality that is worth the specific, particular cost of the difference. She walks through the city that belongs to either of them. Yet, she is thinking about the contract, the unusual target, the preliminary architecture he has already built. She is thinking about the exit strategy she will redesign, which will be better than his, and about the element of his architecture that she already knows is stronger than anything she would have reached for, and about what it means to work with someone whose architecture is stronger in the places yours is not. She is thinking about the city, which she has spent 3 weeks learning and which she is not, she notes, done with. There are 2 more neighborhoods she has not walked. There is a market she has been to once and intends to go back to. There is a cafe on a street near the river that has coffee at the correct temperature, which she found on her first week and has been returning to with the regular, comfortable frequency of someone who has decided that returning to things is permitted. She is thinking about 6 months from now. She has not done this before, thought about 6 months from now as a place she intends to be rather than a period she intends to survive. She finds it requires a different cognitive posture than the one she has been using, a forward lean rather than the back-facing vigilance of someone managing exits. She is learning the posture. She is finding it, like most difficult things, easier when practiced. She is thinking, at the very edge of her awareness, about a message from Maren that arrived 2 days ago. She has not responded yet. She will respond today. She knows what she will write, something about the city, the market, the cafe with the correct temperature. She will not explain any of it, because explanation is not the language she and Maren operate in, and because Maren will understand what is being said from the fact of it being said at all. Maren will know, from the message, that she is somewhere she has chosen. That is enough. That has always been enough. She turns a corner and the city receives her without noting her, which is correct, and which she finds she no longer requires in the absolute way she once required it. The not being noted is still useful. It is still her best professional quality. But it is not, she understands now, the thing she needs to be most fluent in. Behind her, through the glass of a cafe in a city that belongs to either of them yet, a man finishes an espresso she never wanted. He will wait 2 minutes. She knows this. He will wait 2 minutes because making her wait costs him nothing and because he has decided, some time ago, that it is worth the particular, specific look she gives him when she checks and finds him still there. She turned away too quickly to give him the look today. She finds she is all right with this. There will be time. There is, for the first time in 9 years' time. She walks through the city in the October morning, and the light is thin and sideways and indifferent, and she is thinking about the contract and the drive in her pocket, and the exit strategies she will redesign, and somewhere in all of that, without quite intending to, she is also thinking about later. She is thinking about later. She has not done this before. She finds she likes it. She keeps walking. She is almost smiling, and the city that will eventually belong to both of them receives her without note, and the morning continues, as mornings do, regardless. This is enough. For them, it is everything. Yendi.